Okay, good morning. I'm Lisa Garner, Chief of the Division of Price and Index Number Research here at BLS. It's my pleasure to welcome all of you to the second day of the virtual BLS Consumption Symposium, including Commissioner Beach, Associate Commissioner Hill, and attendees. I extend a special thanks to our presenters and also session leaders and rapporteurs for your contributions. Now, as many of you will see, among these are internationally recognized experts as well as researchers who are relatively new with great ideas. Also, I want to thank all of those within BLS and Department of Labor who have assisted in the development of the program and with logistics. Okay, Jake, could you move to the next slide, please? Okay, just as a reminder to everyone, as a follow-up to the symposium, just to let you know, we will have on the Consumer Expenditure Survey webpage links to the presentations. We'll have a link to the recordings of the presentations and discussions. We're going to create a repository for those who would like to contribute and send us papers that are related to the topic of consumption measurement, and to encourage you to, when the announcement comes out, to encourage you to submit abstracts to the Association for Research and meetings, which is going to be next summer, and there's going to be a session on the topic that we are dealing with now, comprehensive consumption. All right, so now let's move on to, just 1 second before we go to the next, let's not go there yet. We can go back, that's all right. Okay, anyway, I just want to tell you how things are going to go. There's 3 topic sessions today, plus a final reflections and next step session. I'm going to ask you to hold your questions until after the presenters. So there's going to be a dedicated Q&A period, and the session leader is going to be in charge of that. To ask a question, please raise your hand in the raise your hand feature in the WebEx. The session leader will call on you, and then at that point, Jake will mute you. Then you can ask your question. Now, you can also type your question in the chat, and if the Q&A goes longer, so your question doesn't get answered, please include it in the chat, direct it to a particular person or persons, and then we'll get back to you after the symposium with a response. All right, so now the first session is on in-kind benefits. Next slide. Okay, the session leader is Laura Wheaton. Laura is a senior fellow at the Urban Institute. She specializes in the analysis of SNAP and microsimulation modeling of tax and transfer programs. She directs the TRIM3 microsimulation project and has extensive experience in the use of microsimulation methods to correct for underreporting of program benefits of survey data. She holds a Master's of Public Policy from Georgetown University. And I've worked with Laura over many years, and our focus on National Academy of Sciences poverty thresholds, as well as the supplemental poverty threshold. So, Laura, I turn it all over to you.
Thank you, Faiza. It's great to be here today and welcome this panel of interesting papers. So we'll start. I'll introduce each person before their paper, and I think, as Faiza said, the questions will all be held till the very end of the session after all 3 papers have been presented. The first presentation will be Bilal Habib. Bilal Habib is a principal analyst in the Tax Analysis Division at the Congressional Budget Office. His work focuses on the distribution of household income, with a particular emphasis on the effects of taxes and means-tested transfers on income inequality. All right, thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Laura, and thank you to BLS for organizing this event. I'm going to talk about one aspect of CBO's income distribution work in which we adjust for the underreporting of means-tested transfers, including in-kind transfers, to get a fuller understanding of the extent to which federal taxes and transfers affect income inequality. See if I can switch during the page. Yes, okay. So CBO has been publishing a recurring report on the distribution of household income for over 30 years. And over that time, the scope and purpose of that analysis has evolved from being a more tax-centric report to a more comprehensive look at household income, which includes the effects of means tested transfers, including both cash and in-kind transfers. The data we use is a statistical match of tax return data from the IRS, which is where most of our income data come from, and the CPS, which is where we get information on non-filers and on means tested transfers. And so to that end, it's important that the agency has a complete accounting of those transfers, which, as many of you know, is not available in the unadjusted CPS. So, and I should note here that our unit of analysis is households, and we report how household income varies by quintile, with some breakdowns for the highest quintile to examine the very top of the distribution. So the method I'm about to describe is intended specifically for that purpose. That is, it's designed to be sort of correct, not necessarily at the micro level, but at an aggregate level that is appropriate for quintile level analysis. So first of all, how much underreporting is there in the CPS? Here's a graph that shows the number of reporters in the CPS as a percentage of the actual number of recipients in the administrative data for 4 of the largest means tested transfers. And this graph runs from 1979 through 2018. So we have Medicaid, SNAP, housing, all of which are in kind, and then SSI, which is a cash transfer. And what we see here, as many in the literature have pointed out, that the reporting rates are not very high for the 3 largest programs, that's Medicaid, SNAP, SSI, and that in fact they've gotten worse over time. The same is not true for housing assistance, and for that reason our method there is a little different, and I'll discuss that a little bit later. So if we were to analyze the effects of means tested transfers on inequality using the CPS without making any adjustments, we would underestimate their role in reducing income inequality. And because we're looking at how these transfers affect income growth at the bottom of the distribution, it's important to get a sense of how large these transfers are. How many dollars are we talking about here? So what we see here is that in 2018, these 4 transfers totaled about over $680 billion, and importantly, about 3/4 of those dollars came from Medicaid and CHIP alone. So there are a number of ways to make adjustments for means tested for underreporting. One way is to match the CPS with administrative data, which is fantastic if you can find administrative data to match with. Another is to use a rules-based simulation, which is the approach used by the Urban Institute and their TRIM model. That method also leads to good micro-level estimates, but it requires significant investment to implement over a long time series and for multiple programs, which is what CBO is trying to do here. And finally, you can use the method that CBO is using, which is a regression-based approach. And that approach is easier to implement for multiple programs over a long time series than the other 2 methods are, but of course, it offers less precise estimates at the micro level. So how does CBO implement this method? So we start by setting targets that match the administrative totals and also the CPS sampling frame. So to do this, we use a lot of the expertise and resources that we have on government spending and transfer programs that are available to us at CBO. So we start with administrative data, and we make these 3 big adjustments for the institutionalized population, converting to ever-on receipt, and to converting to calendar year targets. Sort of to start off the analysis, we just set those targets. What we do then is we use the CPS data. We calculate the probabilities of receipt for all units in the CPS based on the reported information. So we obtain these probabilities by running a probit regression using CPS reported receipt as the dependent variable, and those regressions are run separately, not just for each year, but also for each program, but also for each subgroup within a program. So for Medicaid, the probabilities are estimated separately for children, adults, disabled adults, and the elderly. And the independent variables vary slightly from program to program, in part based on eligibility rules, but generally they include individual characteristics like age, education, and so on, and household characteristics like income composition, household size and structure, and geography. So once we've determined these probabilities, we use them to assign receipt to non-reporting units until the target is reached. And to do this, we use an algorithm that is designed to assign receipt in proportion to a unit's probability of receipt. So if you have a 20% probability if our model says that you have a 20% probability of receipt, we then give you a 20% chance of making it into the imputed sample. And I should note that we've made the code available for that algorithm along with the probability store to allow researchers to replicate our work. And note, by the way, that we, like I said, we only apply this regression method for Medicaid, SNAP, and SSI, as we saw housing is well reported in the CPS, and we do not impute any additional recipients in our analysis for housing assistance programs, although we do need to assign dollar values to existing recipients in the CPS. So here's an example of our results for SNAP for 2018. And here we see the percentage of households receiving SNAP on the y-axis against income to poverty ratios on the x-axis. So at a 25% FPL ratio, CPS reports that a little over 40% of households are SNAP recipients, but our imputation model bumps that up to about 70%. Most of those imputed recipients, not surprisingly, are coming from lower FPL ratios, and you can see here that at higher FPL ratios, the lines start to converge, meaning that our model is less likely to pull imputed recipients from that part of the income distribution. However, because of our probabilistic approach, our model does tend to have more imputed recipients at high FPL levels than a rules-based method would, like TRIM, for example, because such a method would typically turn off people's ability to be imputed as a recipient at levels that are higher than the program rules would allow. Okay. So once we've imputed receipt to non-reporters, we have to then assign benefit amount to those imputed recipients. And how we do this varies depending on the program. I have a working paper that lays the method out in some detail if you're interested, but I'll go through the broad strokes here. For SNAP and also for SSI, we basically create cells of types of recipients. Then we calculate averages by those cells, and then we assign them to similar imputed recipients. The process is different for Medicaid in large part because respondents are not able to answer the question. Recipients who say they got Medicaid are still not able to answer what was the value of their Medicaid this last year. So what we do is we calculate the average cost to the government by eligibility category, so child, adult, elderly, disabled, and then we apply those averages to all recipients, reported and imputed recipients. And finally, for housing, we have a calculator that simulates the HUD formula for calculating benefits, which is based on fair market rents in various counties and zip codes. And then we apply that to all reporting units in the CPS without imputing, again, any additional recipients. So what are the strengths and limitations of this approach? Well, the one good thing about it is it's pretty straightforward and it's tractable. So it takes a little bit of time to standardize all the CPS data going back 40 years, but once that's done, it's easy enough to apply the method across the time series. It's also easily scalable across multiple programs, so it's not too much of a stretch to take the regression for one program and port it over to another program with some minor adjustments based on the characteristics of the new program. And so it's possible to imagine, and we've discussed this within CBO, to potentially do this for a number of other smaller in-kind programs for future reports, such as, say, school lunch or LIHEAP or TANF. And in the working paper, we do show how our results compare against both administrative Medicaid matches and against TRIM. And we find that in general, although there are some differences, once you aggregate to the quintile level, the results are broadly comparable. But of course, the method does have its limitations, the main one being that it assumes that reporters look like non-reporters. In other words, reporting status is randomly distributed across recipients. It also takes CPS reported receipt status and income as a given. So that is to say, it doesn't account for false positives. And finally, it isn't easily fine-tunable. So it doesn't really allow for simulations of different policy scenarios. So if we wanted to know, for example, what program take-up would look like under one set of eligibility criteria versus another, you would want something, a rules-based approach like TRIM would do a much better job at creating those counterfactuals for you. Although that said, we are starting to explore ways that we could feed input from other CBO models into our imputation method to estimate the effects of policy proposals on the distribution of transfer programs, but that work is in its very early stages right now. Okay, so when we've done all these imputations, what is the, how does it end up looking? So, okay. So here's an example of one of the summary slides from our most recent report on the distribution of household income in 2018. At the top, you can see the main purpose of the report, which is to tally up income, taxes, and transfers and report them by quintile. The bottom two graphs track the cumulative growth of income before and income after transfers and taxes between 1979 and 2018. And you can immediately see the redistributive effects of the tax and transfer system if you look at growth among households in the lowest quintile before and after transfers, and that's the lighter shaded line on each graph. And here's an example of how the imputations affect our estimates of income inequality. So here, this is the Gini index. According to I should mention, this is a CPS-only version of CBO's measures of income before and after transfers and taxes. Because it's CPS only, it won't match up with our published report, so this slide is just meant to be illustrative to look at the effect of our imputations. As a side note, you'll notice that there's a jump in the mid-90s, which has to do with changes that the CPS made to top coding, but the main point here is that making those imputations has a significant effect on reducing inequality over the time series, and that effect has increased over time as the programs have grown and reporting rates have decreased. So finally, I want to talk about the most recent, the status of the most recent version of these imputations. CBO has made these imputations public. We first released the imputations along with the working paper I mentioned back in 2018. And then last year, we released a new version of the data and code, which now live on GitHub. And there's a link, I think, in this presentation as well at the end of it. And over the coming months, we plan to release another update, which will include imputations for 2019. And in each of these releases, usually what we're doing is we're adding another year, but there also tend to be some methodological improvements across the time series as well. And that's just, you can find the link to those imputations or the working paper I mentioned or other resources on CBO's income distribution analysis here or on CBO's website, or you can feel free to email me. Thanks for your time, and please let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you, Bilal. So our next presenter is Nicholas Mittag. Nicholas Mittag received his PhD in public policy from the University of Chicago in 2013. Since then, he has worked at Serge EI in Prague, where he is now an associate professor of economics.
Well, thank you for the introduction and the flawless pronunciation of the German last name. I don't mind the American version, but that was impressive. So I'll talk about, in between two very specific applied presentations, I'll give a somewhat more abstract presentation as a resident academic here. So I called it Imputing in-kind benefits in survey data. It's not based on a paper. Let me see how I can switch. Perfect. Now it works. So I don't think I have to say much in terms of introduction because Bilal introduced the problem, and that's essentially why we're here, right? Accurate information on government benefits is crucial for policy. It's also crucial for academics. However, many programs are poorly reported in household surveys. That's what we know. That's, I think, what brought me here. I think what brought most of you here is the point below, which says other programs are missing from key surveys altogether. Right, the key problem we're dealing with here are programs that are not in the survey at all. So since I worked on the underreporting part, I wondered how can I make myself useful here, and I thought what I'll do in this presentation is I'll briefly review 3 strategies to impute program receipts and amounts, and Bilal has, without us coordinating, already exactly outlined those 3 strategies, so that gives me a good background to pick up on that. that's sort of the scientific part. That's what I've done research on. I evaluated them in a paper. But then the question is, what can we learn from that for programs that are missing entirely, for programs that are different, very different from SNAP, which was the program I looked at. So I think the second part of the presentation will be sort of more of the opinions section of this presentation, where I'll try to tell you what I took away from what I studied for the case of imputing in-kind transfers in survey data when they're missing at all, and when the purpose is to study consumption and poverty. So one thing I'd like to say at the outset is that I'll be a bit loose on imputing amounts versus imputing receipt, as well as on imputing the entire program versus imputing for underreporting, because in principle, in the abstract, the strategies are pretty similar. Of course, if you have a reported version of the program, you have a good predictor of actual program receipt. That's the encouraging part. Underreporting is bad, but it's not that bad that it's not a good predictor of income. But in terms of the method, you probably approach it in the same way. So I'll often be a little bit loose in distinguishing those two cases. That was the wrong direction. So what are these three stylized imputation strategies? It's the same three type of strategies that Bilal just mentioned. And what I want to emphasize is that I've sort of picked them apart here because I'm an academic and I categorize things. In practice, these are sort of like toolboxes. For any specific problem you have, you want to pick a couple of things from each, put it together, and make use of what you have. So they're not at all distinct. And in fact, all the things I discuss sort of mix these three strategies. So the first one, which I called is predicting eligibility, is what you call rule-based imputation. So you predict eligibility based on the survey information that you have and the program rules that apply to it, and then you assign a receipt to some of those predicted eligible. If everyone took the program up, you'd assign it to all of them, but I think a very tricky part of this strategy is that most programs we don't have universal take-up, and you have to decide to whom you impute them to. The second type of strategy is to rely on reported receipt, and Bilal has just presented an excellent version of that. That means you estimate some model of the probability to report receipt, or additionally the amount you get from the survey data, and then you assign receipt to additional units based on that predicted probability to report receipt until the survey estimates match some aggregate receipt. And Bilal just did a much more sophisticated version of that than the one I'll be discussing here. And the third one is a version of what I did in my paper, which I call a prediction equation, which is really similar in the technicalities. The key difference is that you estimate this model of receipt in a different data source. And the thing that I did was what Bilal said, the administrative data part, meaning that you estimate it from some form of linked data. But I think what's crucial here is that there's a lot of overlap between these last two strategies. You could just pick another survey and take the same approach, right? That robs you of the main benefit that I had in my paper, which really was that we had a version of truth in the auxiliary data. But from a technical point of view, these strategies are very similar, and you could adopt it the same way depending on what kind of data you have. So these are the three types of strategies. I'll briefly outline, and then I'll get to the evaluation I did in my paper, and then I'll get to the more discussion part of what can we do with them in this specific case. But before we move on, I'd actually like to give credit to the organizers, because I prepared the presentation independently, but they put together a session where we have experts on every single part of this, right? Laura has done tremendous work with Trim on predicting eligibility approach. Then we've just heard an example of reported receipt from Bilal, and I think John in a few minutes from now will show me how to implement my own approach much better than I did in my paper in terms of predicting it from linked administrative data. So I'll briefly run you through what I think are key benefits and the key advantages and disadvantages of each approach, and then we'll get to what I think are the facts from my paper. I think a key advantage of predicting eligibility is that these eligibility rules are often simple. They're much simpler than the take-up equations that Bilal estimated. So in many cases, that's straightforward. I think an advantage I missed is what Bilal pointed out, that maybe if you want to get at the micro level, then this is a more fitting approach, right? I think of this in terms of a statistic that you get in the end. So I don't really care about getting the microdata right. But that's true. That's a different type of game you play, and there this approach might have key advantages. The second advantage is that it restricts receipt to those who are predicted eligible. And that makes a lot of sense, right? You don't want the program to be received by people who are clearly not eligible. And I think that applies to many of the programs you impute here because they're school lunch. You don't want to impute school lunch benefits to a household of elderly people, right? So it makes a lot of sense to incorporate these restrictions. But there's also a key downside that makes me rather critical of this approach from the part I evaluated, which is this part about predicted eligibility. Right? If you get eligibility right, that's awesome. That's great. But if you predict it, you need very accurate information on the eligibility criteria. And that's often tricky. I think one of the key things that I'll show you with TRIM later on really stems from the fact that the CPS doesn't include monthly information on income. Eligibility for SNAP depends on monthly information on income, and if you don't have monthly information on income, then things become very, very tricky. Right, then you have to start working with what you have, of course, and that introduces noise. My understanding from what I've seen is that the second point I have about predicting eligibility being noisy is mainly derived from this first point on eligibility information. And then the last point is what I already mentioned, is incomplete take-up means that you need to decide which eligible units receive the program. And that can be very tricky, but that depends on the program. I think it's much harder for a program like SNAP that's very dispersed through the income distribution than for one that's less, where take-up is clearer. And the second approach is what Bilal talks about, and I think you had a better discussion of key advantages and disadvantages, because here I just focus on underreporting. Underreporting is very severe. If you care about simple statistics, that's the first order concern, and this approach just solves it. And it does much better at that. So I think you could see from Bilal's presentation what the key advantage of this is. It fixes a couple of things that we're very concerned about when we work with the reported survey data. One thing I like about this approach is that it does preserve the correlations of reported receipt. What I like about that is that essentially you're not making stuff up. You're taking the data from the survey and say, this is what I have, this is what I'll deal with. Of course, the mirror downside of this is that it cannot improve bias when misreporting is related to covariates, and Bilal already mentioned that. But if you don't have accurate information on that, then that strikes me as the best possible thing you can do, which is to reproduce the correlations from the survey. Of course, for today, I think a key downside is that this approach is not possible if the program is missing entirely from the survey. Then you have to do something in between this approach and the last approach, which I call prediction equations, which says just do the same thing, but try it from a different data set. In my case, that was a data set where we could claim that the program or the linked data represents truth. But in cases that we deal with here, it's more likely that this would be another survey that includes as accurate as possible information on the program. If you do have a measure of truth, then the key advantage of this is that it can correct both the levels and the correlates of program receipt. Well, that's an advantage, of course, depends on how much you care about the correlates and which correlations you care about reproducing. And I think Bilal presented a good case where you care about one specific correlation with income and not many others, right? And then that might be less of the concern. The second point is why this comes from an academic. This can be consistent and theoretically optimal. Right, but I think these advantages really stem from the fact that I call the key problem here, which is that it requires an additional data source with accurate information. I think that just puts you in a different ballgame. That's what drives the advantages in my paper, not the fancy methodological part which makes it consistent and theoretically optimal. That's important in some cases, but the first order consideration is here's a method of truth and you can make use of that. And I think that's the main takeaway point I want to make here. As much of this as you can do, some external measure of truth, some external measure of validation can get you a lot of leverage, even if you take the model from survey data, whether that's the same or other survey. The two last points really apply to all of these methods, which mean that if you use something to predict the program, then in another data source, then you want these predictors to be comparable across data sources. If, as in Bilal's case, you use the same survey, that's trivially true. But in other cases, that might be more problematic, right? Things might be mismeasured in the survey, income might be mismeasured, so that's crucial. And the last one applies to any type of imputation, which means that if you reproduce correlations, you need to have good predictors that capture these correlations. If you omit any good predictors from the model and then regress that variable you impute on those predictors, you'll find no correlation or just as much correlation as the other predictors capture. So that's always crucial, and I think John will show us an example of how you can incorporate very many predictors in an application. I'm always going the wrong here. So in the paper I wrote a while ago, I evaluate three specific strategies for a specific program that loosely correspond to these strategies. The first one is trim, and I hope I'll get the description right. Otherwise, Laura can mute me and take over. Which assigns receipts to unit predicted to be eligible based on CPS responses, such that the recipient population matches program records or data from program records in the aggregate. That's a very, very simple statement about a very sophisticated imputation procedure. But I think it would take a whole presentation to summarize the whole machinery that goes into it. The second one is really a simple version of what Bilal just did. So I attribute it to the first people who did it in academia, which are Schultz, Moffat, and so on. But it has been around for a long time. Dacia has done some work along this line. I think Trudy and Kathleen Short have done work on housing at the Census Bureau that works in a similar way. So that's based on assigning additional receipt to households with a high probability of receipt, according to probit models of reported receipt. And then in my paper, I estimated a conditional distribution of receipt given reported receipt and covariates from the survey data and linked to administrative data. And I think the key thing about this is that I use the administrative data. The method is slightly different, but it easily simplifies to what Bilal did about a probit and a linear model if you want. And I think that's what John did in the end, and I suspect they find little difference to what I did. So to give you a brief overview of the methods, I added this table, but I want to maybe alert you to issues that are likely of key importance here, and that's I think in the required data column, which means for the SMC method you need reported receipt, and that's a problem for many of the programs you want to impute here. Probably even worse for the prediction equations, you need accurate receipt in auxiliary data. So that's probably something you can at best approximate or get in another data source and extrapolate. So I think these are key data requirements that play a role here. And then the key assumptions are I think what drives what you want to do. If you have accurate eligibility information, then imputation based on eligibility rules seems very promising, right? You want to adjust it to aggregates that matter for your model if you have them. This is kind of unfair because technically it's never correct. So I just had a hard time figuring out what the assumptions are. If something's never correct, then what assumptions are you stating? But as Bilal says, it works very well, or it works better the closer misreporting is to random or not related to covariates, right? If you have it very strongly related to a covariate you care about, then you might be skeptical about this type of method. And finally, what I already said about my method, it needs to be comparable in terms of the model, and you need this auxiliary data that captures the same data. So let me briefly run you through the key findings I have. These are the things I state in the paper, and what I want to emphasize is that all methods drastically improve things. So rather than being critical or sort of horse racing these methods, they all improve upon a very poor baseline. So that's important. The most important thing is that you do something about this problem, and then the question is, what do you want to do? My method in the paper works. That was more of a proof of concept, but if you have a measure of truth, you can put it to good use. What I think is more interesting in this case is that carefully extrapolating from the linked data across time and geography appears promising for the case of SNAP. That was the part I didn't believe about my paper myself until I did it, but it does seem to work and substantially improve things. I don't want to claim that that holds in other cases, but you could do something similar and check whether it works, and in case it works, use it. I think, as Bilal already says, the SMC method, I call it modified, but it's just what Bilal does, that it imputes probabilistically. That's what I modified about it. So improves the estimates, but less so, especially for multivariate statistics. But that, as Bilal says, depends on what correlations are wrong in the data you use to estimate the model. TRIM really improves these simple statistics, the poverty rate, and what I found impressive is the geographic distribution of spending, and that's very important for policy, and that's what it does really, really well. But it sharply overcorrects below the poverty line, and I don't want to sort of pounce on that in too much. I want to use it to illustrate why you need accurate information on their eligibility criteria and why you need to impute stochastically. I think that drives what shifts a lot of the benefits too far to the left of the income distribution, and how we can make progress on that. That's, I think, the more interesting part I wanted to show you from the paper, which are two things that I conjecture you care a bit more about. One is the correlation of the imputation with, in my case, income. In your case, probably other elements of consumption. That matters because it's same as for Bilal, it matters for income, because that's probably the statistics you want to do. If you want to get the distribution of consumption right, you want the correlation of these programs with other consumption right. And I want to emphasize three things on this slide. I don't know whether you can see my mouse movement, or whether can I draw here? I probably can, but it probably takes me too long to figure that out. So the first thing you can see here is this is the reported total amount received by income relative to the poverty line. And the first thing is that's way off from the linked data. Underreporting is a very severe problem. That's the first case. The linked data and if you impute it based on the linked data, it reproduces that very well. And then there are two other points about the imputation based on survey data. The first one is this blue line uses deterministic imputation, whereas the gray line uses probabilistic imputation. And you can see that Bilal did the right thing. This tracks the true line much better than the other one. And as Bilal already shows you, it tracks it much better than reported receipt on the left. And the last point is that this over imputation of TRIM below the poverty line, which you can see on the right panel, that it has a very steep gradient that imputes a lot of money below the poverty line. That, I think, but Laura can call me out wrong on that, I think really stems from the inavailability of monthly income amounts. If you can get SNAP because your income is low or because your income is volatile. And if you don't have information on volatility over the year, you inadvertently impute too much to the people with low average income and too little to the people with very volatile income. And I think that's the core about getting good information on these eligibility criteria. The second one I wanted to show you, but I don't know whether you care about that as much, is the geographic distribution of spending. So what I did here was just I extrapolated to the US, or in the cases where I didn't need to do that because TRIM covers the entire US.
Excuse me, Nicholas. I just wanted to mention I'd given you a 2-minute warning in the chat, and I was wondering if are you on your concluding slide now?
No. Sorry, that's good. I didn't see the warning, so I'm going way over. So let me skip the distribution of spending. Oh, this slide is way off. But what it says in the lower part are things I've already said that are important. In this case, you probably care about very specific things rather than others. And at the same time, you don't have the imputed values. You don't have reported values in the surveys. So what would I do given the information and the constraints you have? If I still have time for that, I think imputation based on eligibility is a very good start. But it depends on how accurate information you have on the eligibility and how exact that is. If it depends on kids, those are accurately reported. I think imputation based on survey information is probably your best bet if you have that, once you've restricted it to the eligibility. And I think it doesn't matter, or I think the lesson from my work is that it doesn't matter that much what type of method you use, but how many predictors you have and whether those capture the correlation. Since I did run over time, I wanted to comment on the last point, which is about the use of administrative data. So you could take an approach where you could strain imputation to those eligible whenever you have information on that, and then make the best use of the available survey data. Take the most accurate survey that you have and estimate prediction equation of that. Maybe take another survey with extensive information on programs to validate these correlations that you might care about if you impute joint program receipt. But then from my side, what I want to emphasize is to make use of linked administrative data whenever that's feasible, or linked or unlinked. You could use prediction equations from linked data whenever that's possible. The next paper will show you one example of that. If you can link some subsamples, some other years, or some other surveys, you could examine extrapolation. I think an underutilized resource is to use them to validate methods. That's what I did in my paper, and that was the main contribution. And I think what's also underutilized is you could acquire additional information from those linked data sets. I can't access it at the moment, just as you can, but you could get in touch with census and say, look, can you give us receipt by quintile of income? Can you give us receipt by another program that we really care about? And then you could use that as additional constraints on the imputations. So I think I've already ran over time, but I wanted to close on 3 very practical issues. The first one, Bilal already said, it's important to impute stochastically. I think the second one is very important. I'm curious what CBO did there, which is if you need to impute multiple programs, you want to get the correlation and program receipt right. Because if they're independent, again, you distribute them too much across the income distribution. One thing you could do there is to impute the sum of benefits. If you only care about the sum, don't do too much work, right? Just impute the sum. The other one is, and I wonder whether you do that at CBO, is just to condition on the program sequentially. Just start by imputing one and then go with the other ones. And the last one is something I've already said a couple of times, is you could go to another data source and see whether your correlations match the correlations in that survey data. And I won't repeat the last point, which is if you have multiple sources of information, combine all of them. Take the administrative aggregates if you have them. Acquire more of them when they're available, right? If you have linked data elsewhere, make use of it. I think in practice, people have done a great job of doing that, much better than I did. And I think John will tell you much more about how they really combined a lot of sources of information rather than I, which did just 2. So I won't take much more of his time, and sorry for running a few minutes over.
Okay, thank you. I think Bilal came in a little bit ahead of schedule, and I think so. Jonathan will have his full 17 minutes. So I'll introduce him next. Jonathan Rothbaum is a research economist in the Social, Economic, and Housing Statistics Division at the U.S. Census Bureau. He received his PhD in economics from the George Washington University in 2013. He is a labor economist researching the use of administrative data in the estimation of income, resource, and well-being statistics, particularly focused on measurement error, non-response, and imputation. He also researches equality of opportunity and intergenerational mobility. So take it away.
Thanks so much. I mean, that was a great presentation, Nicholas. It covers a lot of the things I was going to talk about too. So I'll try to focus on sort of the methodological stuff I did. And you did a better job of it than I was going to do. So this is joint work with Liana Fox at Census and Katie Shantz, who did most of the work. Did the work on this project. She was at Census, but has since decammed to the. And I'll use my disclaimer.
John, you're fading out a little
okay.
bit.
I can try to sit closer and talk louder.
Yeah.
So I won't cover what the SNAP program is very much, other than to say it's one of the major means-tested benefits programs in the country. We're using data for income and SNAP in 2013, where it was sort of at the peak SNAP participation as part of the Great Recession, with 48 million recipients on average each month and about $80 billion spent in the program. But this is for this presentation, sort of a stand-in.
John, you're still really, your voice is really fluctuating.
I can try to make my microphone louder. Let me see if I can affect I'm pretty close to my computer. There's a limit to how much I can do. It may just be hardware. I'll try to talk louder. So as both of them have said, and I won't, the labor, SNAP is, and many programs are vastly underreported in survey data. When you look at just survey data, you are going to get a potentially very incorrect picture of who is affected and how much by it. So just to give you an example, this is our representation of how SNAP affects households. This is sort of tracing out, if you imagine, like all possible poverty lines and said, for a given poverty line, say $25,000, how many people would SNAP move out of poverty? And so the red line says what the survey data would estimate, and the blue dash line is what the administrative data would. So this is, again, a representation of what we've seen before of SNAP is underreported, but it's particularly underreported from the particularly underreported households who, in an annual sense, may not be as low income, but getting back to Nicholas's point, they might have had spells of low income which qualified them for SNAP, whereas the annual income doesn't necessarily show them as being as disadvantaged. And that also can be partly due to other issues like match bias and imputation for survey. I will basically just skip this slide because Nicholas did a much better job than
John, we totally lose you at times. It's almost like we hear you speaking loud and clear, and then I don't know if you're looking away slightly and you really fade to nothing. So maybe, I don't know if you can just really like keep facing right at
microphone way up, and it just gets you a ton of feedback. So I'll try. I don't know. I don't know if it's WebEx. I haven't had in the past a ton of difficulty with presentations, so I don't know what's happening today, but so this is sort of muddled. It was a little easier to see if it went through, but this is another way of looking at the same issue of TRIM versus the survey versus administrative data, where it's the same issue of TRIM potentially over-allocating benefits to the very low income and potentially overestimating the impact of SNAP on poverty, for example. And this is getting at, how you allocate these benefits may affect whether you get the conditional relationships between, say, income and program receipts, correct? And I think this is being overly critical of TRIM, again, because there's lots of potential issues, including survey challenges with income reporting, but also with imputing essentially, as I understand it, from quality control data which has income data to survey income data, which may not be representing the same concepts. And so you can get potentially different answers depending on how you allocate it versus what we think the truth is from administrative data. So for this paper, we really had a goal of trying to do what Nicholas was doing in his paper as well, but to project from the data we have to all states. So to project across space for our administrative data and to try to correct for underreporting both where we have the data and where we don't, because we don't want to have good estimates of the impact of SNAP in Maryland, but not Pennsylvania, because we have data in Maryland and not in Pennsylvania, because we don't have SNAP data from all states. And then we're gonna look at, it's sort of a part of a broader research agenda that Nicholas has already sort of teed up for us, which is how do we address underreporting in surveys when administrative data is not available for all places or all times? So we may have SNAP data going back to 2013 in a given state, but we don't think SNAP underreporting started in 2013. We would like to be able to correct farther back in time. And that's true for all the kinds of administrative data we have. Can we validate this kind of approach across space and time? And so it's sort of trying to extend on the work, again, that everyone else has been doing, and Nicholas in particular. And then also one of the things we're really focused on is, can we potentially make this data available to the public in a way that protects the privacy of respondents and program participants, and build on work that's been done at Census using synthetic data for public releases like the SIP synthetic data, and work we've done with weighting during the coronavirus pandemic, where we put out modeled estimates of improved weights that are sort of releasable to the public, but were generated using a lot of administrative data, which we could never release to the public. And that's something we're hoping to do with this upcoming ACS release too, with this experimental data. I'm going to skip over this other than to say we're using 1 year of SNAP. We're using the one difference we have from Nicholas's prior work is we're trying to capture as many of these conditional relationships as we can for things that we might not either observe in the survey or be able to include in the model by using a lot of other administrative data like 1040s, W-2s, and 99Rs, and the detailed earnings record. There's just a lot of income data, and echoing Nicholas's point, just more better data is more important, I think, for any of these approaches than sort of the particular methods used. It's just having as much stuff to throw at this problem and to capture as many of the true underlying correlations as we can between household characteristics and program participation. We have data for 8 states we're using in this, and we also are using auxiliary data as part of our model on state-level participation in the program and benefit amounts. You can see the states we have the data for. We have, they're somewhat dispersed across the country, but there are 8 states, and we're hoping to impute to the other 42 in DC. And basically, like Nicholas said, this is essentially a problem of missing information. Whether you have reported receipt in the survey or not, if you have auxiliary data, which is sort of as close as possible to truth as you're likely to get, what you have is this issue of, in some places or times, you know the true SNAP participation or the program participation. And it's as if you have non-response in the others. It's as if you asked every household 2 questions. Did you get SNAP? And they answered. And then you said, well, what does the state's administrative data say about you? And then for 8 states, we got that data. And so you're trying to project to the other 42 states, and there's a set of assumptions you're making about the observable characteristics in the states where you have the data and how that relates to the relationship between that and SNAP participation, to the observable characteristics or the unobservable characteristics in the states you don't have data and how that relates to SNAP participation. The basic model is relatively simple. There's a lot on here, but it's just, we use predictive mean matching because we've had good success with that in this and other work, but I think the details of this are less important. For us, the biggest things we want to have are as many possible predictors as we can that can relate observable characteristics to SNAP receipt or program receipt more generally, and to do so and to use them in a way that sort of accounts for all the possible uncertainties in that imputation. So doing this stochastically in a way that accurately captures our uncertainty about the relationship between what we know about people and SNAP receipt. And so we have some form of regularization where we're trying to reduce the number of predictors to a manageable set, where we do stepwise selection in this, but we're working on better methods now. And then to use a resampling technique, a Bayes bootstrap, to fully account for all the sort of places that we have uncertainty in this process. And I'm happy later to go into more detail. But basically what we're going to do is assign an expected probability. So this is very similar to what Bill presented, but using the administrative data. We're assigning, for example, for SNAP receipt, an expected probability of receipt for all households, whether we have the SNAP data or not, but it's using as a training set the 8 states that we do. And then we're going to do a predictive mean matching where we have a set of donors, a set of recipients who have each a predicted probability, and then we're going to randomly draw someone who we have from the states where we have the data to draw a value for did you get SNAP. And that, in this case, we might draw for a low probability recipient that they did get SNAP because that was who was randomly selected. So we're doing this stochastically. And I'm happy to talk after, if people have questions, more details about how we do this. But I think Nicholas covered it pretty well. And then for us, the big part of this paper is validation, because generally with imputations, you don't know, you wouldn't be doing the imputation if you observe the information in the data. So we don't know if Maryland is a good stand-in for Pennsylvania because we don't have the data for Pennsylvania. But what we can test is if we took Maryland out or New York out, how do we do? Can we do from the other states a good job of predicting New York's SNAP participation and benefits if we leave New York out and then look at the truth versus the imputed values? And so we do this leave one out imputation as our validation. And we do this, we have 8 states, so we do 8 separate models where in each model we leave a state out and then do the whole thing from the start as if we didn't observe it. And then we can compare, we can sort of pool that together to see if collectively, when we left each state out, how did we do? We can use these various validations. I mean, this is a challenge with imputation. You're going to capture some conditional relationships. It is impossible to capture all of them. So we take sort of a subset of statistics we think people might care about most. SNAP summary stats, who's getting SNAP as a function of income, SNAP and poverty, and then some basic conditional relationships between, say, earnings and SNAP. Things that we know, for example, for the regression coefficients, that in the survey data, the relationship between SNAP participation and earnings is different than in the administrative data because it is particularly people with earnings who are likely not to report SNAP receipt. So we won't go into all of that here. I will go into some stuff. We do a really good job with SNAP receipts. I would say we do a less less of a good job with SNAP benefit amounts, particularly for New York and Virginia. So there may be some states for which they do systematically differ from other states that we have data for. But we do a very good job in terms of, as a function of SPM resources, which is sort of close to income but includes other things, we do a very good job of matching the true incidence or true effect of SNAP on resources versus compared to the survey. There are almost no points on this curve where they're statistically different between administrative truth and our pooled imputes in the leave one out model. So this is one sort of validation. If we look at SPM, we do very, very well in the sense that we have very few statistically different estimates of poverty across groups between our true effective or true SPM rates with the administrative data versus the SPM rates with the imputed data, although there is one group unrelated individuals where we have scope for improvement. The estimates tend to be slightly lower in point estimates, but again, not statistically different. And for regressions, we ran some simple ones, and we do find that the conditional relationships we see in the administrative data, we can replicate for those regressions in the imputes in ways that the survey data does not. And so that's in the paper. I don't really have time to go through it, or it's at the end of this slide deck because I have 20 extra slides in case people are interested. And for us, the biggest next steps are, this is something we want to build out on. We have SNAP data for lots of states and lots of years. That's something we want to do. We've been working a lot on improving how we do this imputation, both using county-level aggregate data to try to capture some of the sub-state variation in SNAP participation, and to use rules information. So that the one thing I think that's important to emphasize is it's possible to sort of meld these two approaches and use as predictors in your model things from the rules-based approach, that you can have that affect for a given individual their probability of participating in a program. Another thing is just to improve the models more generally, so use better regularization techniques, and we use better ways of sort of picking what is our prediction model. And we've been working on efficient quantile regressions for better handling of heterogeneity, which is probably less important for SNAP than it is for things like non-response and imputation for things like earnings, where there's a ton of heterogeneity in the relationships between, say, education and income. But that's something we're working on. We're hoping to expand to other topics, especially where we have data that's not available across geography or time. So again, this is sort of echoing something Nicholas said. And one thing we're really focused on is as we build this out, to start releasing data as research extracts, to start putting out, as Census has done with other projects, data that other researchers can use, either directly linked to the CPS ASEC or to inform their models, because not everyone has access to this administrative data. And then the final thing is we're working on what we call the National Experimental Wellbeing Statistics Project, which is something we're going to be releasing hopefully next year, which is a larger project integrating administrative and survey data with techniques like this, improved imputation for income, to get better estimates of income and poverty and than the statistics that the survey alone has been able to do. And to do it experimentally so we can iterate to better methods as we are critiqued, or as we research them, or as external people research them. And this is one thing that we want to plug into that project. And with that, I'll get back in time.
Thank you very much. Thank you, presenters. Look at that. We came in 2 minutes ahead of time. Really appreciate your laying out these different methodologies and approaches so nicely. So now we're going to take it to the audience and see what questions people may have. Please raise your hand if you have a question. We also have some questions that were put in chat. The first one from Connie Citro: what is the rationale for including and this is for Bilal, what is the rationale for including the full value of Medicaid benefits? Over 40 years, increases in benefits are not entirely attributable to better treatments, but rather to increased costs in the healthcare system, which is income to providers, not beneficiaries.
Sure. So yes, it's a very good question, and I agree that a lot of that growth is a result of rising healthcare costs, a lot of that income growth. And it's something we're thinking hard about at CBO. That said, it's difficult to think of an alternative that works better. And I'll just give you a sense of some of the difficulties that we're thinking through right now. So first, it's true that those benefits, that those sort of income, that the income goes to providers, some of it, but the wages of those providers are already in our distribution. So we want to be careful about double counting that income, say at the top of the distribution or closer to the top of the distribution. Another thing is that ideally what you would probably want is some model of how much a household values Medicaid. This is difficult, as you can imagine, and there isn't actually a lot of literature on this. So there's a Finkelstein study that on Oregon that suggests that, and I'm paraphrasing quite roughly here, but it suggests that recipients on average value Medicaid at something like 40 cents on the dollar. So if that's true, that then leads us to our next problem, which is where would the other 60 cents go, right? Like we are a budget agency, we need to allocate the entire cost to somewhere in the distribution. So we have to think about what to do with the rest of those dollars. It also opens up other issues that we would have to address. For example, do people value Medicaid who aren't actually Medicaid recipients? I suspect that is true. And what about Medicare? Medicare is also in our income distribution. So I know for my part, I value the existence of Medicare very highly. It factors into many of my long-term plans, but I'm not currently a recipient. Even among recipients, though, of, say, Medicare, a 90-year-old is probably using a lot more Medicare than a 65-year-old, so we would need some way to adjust all of those things. We would need some sort of cohesive model that adjusts all of those things together. And I don't know that, and we're sort of thinking about it, we're working on it. We don't have an answer yet, but it's a good question, and it's something we're very aware of. Laura, I see that there's another question for me in the chat. Should I just take that from Marina? Yes, Marina, we are thinking about, we are planning to release them, not necessarily next month, but sometime in the coming months. We don't have a firm deadline yet, but it's pretty close to being ready. So stay tuned. There are no major methodological improvements, but there are some small improvements across the series to target construction. So for your work, you probably will have to update your whole series, but it won't change anything in any qualitative way at all.
Okay. I see we have a hand up from David Johnson. Can someone unmute him? David, I think you can give your question.
Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. So this is great presentations, great method. So I think it's mostly to John. So you have all the data. Can you do an estimate that compares your method to TRIM, to CBO, to Nicholas's, to see what the differences really are? I know you've done it with TRIM, but I don't know if you've done the other ones. And the second part is, does BLS have all the permissions so you could do everything you just did on CPS with the CE data?
So we've done it with TRIM. We haven't done it with CBO and with Nicholas's work. We definitely could. It's in some ways it's just a bandwidth issue. We've got a lot of work we're trying to do, and so we may or may not. I wouldn't commit to it. And we've been. I mean, CE. I think there's no particular reason why we couldn't do the work with CE. I mean, we're already working with the CE program, for example, on non-response bias during the pandemic, using a lot of the data that's feeding into this, although not the SNAP data in particular. But there's no, I think, specific hurdle that would prevent us from using the CE and doing the same kind of work on that, other than just sort of, working together and making that collaboration work between BLS and Census.
Okay. So then looking at the chat, there's a question from Hoa Hong. It's asking, in-kind transfers helped reduce the supplemental poverty measure, consumption poverty in 2020. So what do you think about poverty rate in 2021, given the extent of government aids this year? I'll just put in a personal plug. We put out some projections on that. Look for a paper by Laura Wheaton. just about a month ago, and my colleagues Linda Generelli and Ilham Derry. I'll pass it to and project that the SPM poverty rates are at historic lows due to the level of benefits provided in 2021. Panelists, would you like to say anything regarding that? Okay. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Okay. We have a question from Visa. Visa, do you just want to ask that? It looks like it got a little cut off in the chat.
Yeah, my question is, we at BLS would like to produce our consumption measure, but all the methods that I've heard so far, I'm not sure that we could produce a timely consumption measure. So, do you have any recommendations for that, to produce a timely measure?
I mean, for us, I would say one of the reasons we're interested in projecting across time, so if you're using administrative data or any modeling strategy where you have some data but you might not have it all in time, is that we want to validate across time projections to get it. For one of the reasons we want to do that is for timeliness that we won't generally have, even if we want to use the state data in time for releases like the CPS. And so we might have to work off of data that's older and project across time with, whether that's using updated aggregates of SNAP participation or program participation, but older administrative data. That's one of the ways we're looking at that.
Okay, thank you.
I can add, one way that we've been thinking about this at CBO is we just sort of make projections of the underlying. So we'll make a projection of our matched tax data CPS, and then use that as our base data. There's a lot of work that goes into that, but once you have a projected version, you can sort of pretend that that's the year you're working on. And so because our data is lagged, our tax data are typically lagged 2 or 3 years. Like I said, our most recent report just went out in 2018. So even if we wanted to do a 2021 version, we would have to project forward for 2020 to do it. And so.
Yeah, I guess I'm concerned because, as all of you know, in the Consumer Expenditure Survey, we don't actually collect receipt on WIC, school lunch, and LIHEAP. For example, we have information on housing. But, we're imputing and then we're predicting. And so we're introducing more uncertainty with each step along that imputation. And when we're talking about at the micro level, I am just concerned about our final estimate.
So if I can add two things. One is what John said. One of the things that shows up in my paper is that as long as reporting is stable, extrapolating across 1 year is sort of less challenging than extrapolating across states. Now, that might not be true in the last 2 or 3 years where we had big structural breaks, but usually I think the recipient population is relatively stable. So you're extrapolating across a short time interval. And the second thing, and this might not apply to tax data, but for the SNAP data, census was extremely fast at linking those data. When we released the estimates of poverty for the paper with Bruce, it was still on the latest vintage of the data. Now, it took us 5 years to complete the paper. That's academics being slow in the review process. But I think that if you did it on a regular basis, you wouldn't have to extrapolate very far in terms of time, especially with program data, which is sort of collected in real time by the agency. That might be a bit different for tax data, which you might want to include as predictors. So some things are faster than one tends to think.
And just to double down on that point about structural breaks in the last couple of years, the first time the CBO ever did the projection I'm referring to was we projected to 2021, and that we did that projection very early in 2020. I'm not sure I would hang my hat on those projections now. So, so just to double down on that point.
So I would like to say a few words and thoughts by my own work and about TRIM, but I just wanted, before I do that, I wanted to see if the panelists had any questions for each other.
Can I jump in? So Nicholas, you mentioned, you had a question for me, I think, about correlation across programs. I'd love to talk to you about this. It's something we've thought about a lot. Currently, we do everything individually. So we start with a clean CPS for every single imputation. It's tricky because if we did do it sequentially, let's say we did, I don't know, Medicaid first, we would be putting a lot of faith in the micro level accuracy of that Medicaid imputation, right, for the next SNAP and then for the SSI. So we worry about sort of compounding errors through that process. But I'm interested in your thoughts on that. We don't have to discuss this right now, but I'd love to talk to you about it sometime, especially what you said about total benefits. So, you know, we should talk.
No, I'd be happy to talk about it more. I think if you can get the sum of benefits, that's always a good idea because you save yourself the addition. I think the sequential imputation is a very, very interesting topic that'll get us into technical details that are probably beyond the scope of discussion. But if you're interested in it, I'd be very happy to talk about it, or if anyone else is interested in it, send me an email and I'd be happy to talk about that. That's sort of where my paper leaves off, and that's where the tricky problem starts.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so I'll be in touch.
Perfect.
So I did, as mentioned in the introduction, I'm the co-director of the TRIM microsimulation model project, which was mentioned in all three of the presentations. And it's a highly detailed eligibility simulation model, and eligibility calculation can be done at all sorts of different, very approximate to the incredibly detailed, and we've been fortunate to be supported. This is actually HHS ASPE's model that we've worked on for 40 years, so it's highly detailed. There are more approximate and rough ways of doing eligibility, and there's even the basic type of thing to make sure there's kids in the household. And I think it's a really interesting idea to kind of, to whatever extent you can and is feasible, and to build in a little bit of eligibility is a good thing. Also, probably put more emphasis on building in eligibility criteria for programs where it's going to make the biggest difference, and also where there's the least maybe state variation. So frankly, it's cheaper and easier to get at. So it's a pros con kind of thing. You have to think about, how much bang for the buck in terms of your investment and incorporating that. We have a paper that funded by the Census Bureau. I don't even think it's up on the website yet, but it's released. And this was with Nancy Wimmerus and Tom Godfrey of Decision Demographics, and we looked at TRIM, their own analysis of TRIM with linked administrative SNAP data and CPS data. And there's some insights into that I think that, kind of rather than saying, looking at it as TRIM over provides, income at the SNAP at the lower end of the poverty distribution versus the other approaches. I think there's some interesting questions that are raised that would benefit both approaches for considering more deeply. One is that when we've looked at the data, we found that when we see someone that truly got SNAP according to the administrative data, and TRIM said, no, you're not eligible, there's much higher imputation of income, CPS income for those cases. And so what we think is happening there is that it's actually that even though that SNAP report is truth, the particular, the survey respondent did not provide the information about their income. The Census Bureau hot decked or assigned an income, but it was inconsistent with the receipt of SNAP. It was too high. So that's one reason that you might see differences in where SNAP benefits fall in a linked data type of approach versus an eligibility-based approach. Another thing that we saw is that, and I'll just, I don't want to run on too long, but backing up, I think, something like that might be addressed in terms of what is the order that you're doing imputation in your survey. So if you were to say, okay, let's match on SNAP first, and then let's take that into consideration when we're hot decking or correcting for people who didn't respond about their income, there might be ways to kind of deal with that type of issue taking that kind of approach. Another thing we saw a lot of was just real differences in who was in the household according to the case data versus the survey data. And I'm talking, there's this adult with 2 kids on SNAP. This household in the CPS as an adult, it doesn't have any kids, or it has kids but doesn't have that adult. So it's a real messy world out there, and what you do and how you allocate and attribute benefits in that kind of situation, I think, is important. And finally, another thing that we run into is one reason that TRIM does assign a lot to the lower part of the income distribution. Frankly, we, at the individual micro level data in the CPS, we don't find enough very low income people on the in the CPS to get SNAP, and so we have to, on the micro level, really probably over assign it so almost everyone's getting it. So it's the kind of thing. But even so, our distribution and TRIM of SNAP recipients by income level really doesn't looks like we don't have enough low income people at the lowest levels. That's a whirlwind. I'm taking up conference time here. Fiza, do we need to go right on to the next presentation, or is there any time? There's a bunch of chat that happened while I was talking. Fiza, you're muted. Fiza?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we're going to have to address those questions later. We'll be getting back to each person who sent a question in after the symposium. We need to move on to the next session. This is on home production. This particular session is divided into 2 parts to give people a break in the middle. This session is, the session leader is Dr. Erica Grosjean. She's the Senior Economics Advisor at Cornell University's Industrial and Labor Relations, or ILR, as most of us know it as. She serves as the 14th Commissioner of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, where I first met her. She holds a PhD in economics from Harvard University and a BS in mathematics and economics from the University of Wisconsin-Madison. Erica?
Thank you, Fiza. Good morning, everybody. Okay. Good morning, everybody. So welcome to this session where we're going to be talking about home production, which is a very interesting part of the production in our economy that has generally not been counted. But we all know it's important, especially those of us who've ever had children. Anyway, so we have 4 papers, and I think I'll introduce each one as we go. So the first one is by Harley Frazes, and the title of the paper is The Role of Time Use Data in Estimating Home Production. Harley received his PhD in economics from the University of Wisconsin in Madison, so he and I have that in common. Got that in '88, and he's worked for the BLS since then and provided research support for the American Time Use Survey since the year 2000. So Harley, you've got 20 minutes. Take it away.
Thank you. Good to be here. I'm going to talk about time use data, specifically the American Time Use Survey, and how it can be used in estimating home production. And does this work? There we go. So I think everyone here, probably everyone attending the session, realizes the importance of household production and thinks that it's probably a good idea to extend our usual measures of economic output beyond what's measured in the market and to include the goods and services that houses provide for themselves rather than just looking at money income. So I'm going to talk about how time diary data can supplement our usual market-based measures by including the values of home production. And I'm going to use a paper that Jay Stewart and I had published about 10 years ago as an application of the basic ideas. So just to give a quick definition of household production, the traditional definition of household production in the literature dating from the 1930s is it's the output of activities where instead of doing it myself, I could conceivably have hired a third person to do it for me. So one can think of cooking. I can cook my own meals. I can get takeout. On the other hand, I can eat, but there's no possibility of having someone else eat for me. So that would not be household production. So there are a variety of valuation approaches that have been found in the literature. One can think of valuing the output of household production in terms of meals, in terms of loads of laundry, et cetera, et cetera. This can get rather complicated and involve data sources outside of time diaries, so I'm not going to be discussing that any further. The usual approach in the literature is to use inputs, and typically focusing on labor inputs from the household. And one can once again distinguish different approaches. There's the opportunity cost approach, where we look at someone's wage in the market and we value their time at their market wage. And you can justify this using classical labor supply theory, where we would value, where we would have the same value at the margin for market work and for non-market activities. But there are a variety of difficulties with this approach. The classical labor supply theory has the implicit assumption that we can freely vary our hours of work, and we know that this is not true for many, if not most people. Related, it assumes that people who have high wages in the market are very productive in the market. Let's say lawyers are just as productive doing household work, at least at the margin. And of course, that may not hold. And at a practical level, we don't observe wages for everybody, so we would need to impute wages for non-workers. So instead of that, many researchers use replacement cost approach. You look at the activities you're performing and you value them at what it would cost per hour to hire someone to do that for you. And within that approach, one can think of assigning wages based on the specific activity. So for cooking, one would look at cook wages. If you're fixing your own car, you would look at mechanics wages. You would use the mechanics wages. Or you might, people are not necessarily as productive as specialists are. So one might assign just a generalist wage, typically maids and housekeepers, for general household tasks. And, oh dear. Okay, sorry, wrong button. So those are valuation techniques. But of course, we need data on the hours in those activities to be able to apply those valuations. So time diary data are probably the most reliable way of getting how people use their time. Time diaries being where one was out and a diary for an entire day or two, contrasting this with more stylized methods, such as asking, how many hours last week did you do housework? Probably the predominant source of time diary data in the United States is the American Time Use Survey, and we're going to be using that for the rest of the discussion. So it's time diary data is sponsored by BLS, fielded by the Census Bureau. The sampling frame for the time use survey is the CPS. So the survey takes people who have finished their 8 months at their address responding to the CPS and selects a subsample from that sample a few months later. And households are selected using characteristics of the reference person. And one person in that household is selected at random, one adult person from that household is selected at random to be a respondent to the CPS, to the ATUS. The survey is run throughout the year. So if you're using a full year worth of data, you don't have to worry about seasonality. So the survey is conducted, as I'm about to describe. Their respondents are, after the respondents are asked, starting at 4 a.m. on the day before the survey, what were they doing at 4 a.m.? Usually the answer is sleeping. They're then asked when they woke up, and then what they did after that, and then what they did after that, and so on throughout the day, continuing to 4 a.m. on the day of the interview. And they're basically asked to describe their activities. There's some pre-codes. There's a lot of verbatim descriptions which are coded after the interview to a set of codes. Asked when the start and stop times of the activity were, where the activity was, and who was with the respondent, or if they're away from the house, who was accompanying the respondent. Now, these are all primary activities, so we do not, for the most part, capture multitasking. That's very unwieldy for a telephone survey. There is one exception. After the diary portion is over, we ask during what activities were children under the age of 13 in your care. So we can add that secondary child care to household production if we choose. Okay, so that's, we think, at least very good data for what it is. We think it's an accurate description of that day for the respondents. But of course, this is a very incomplete picture of household production, since we're only capturing one person in the household, and we're only capturing one day for that person. So we're not capturing household production in any long-term sense for that household or even that person. So the time use survey has been used to look at household production. And now I'm going to describe my paper with Jay Stewart on this topic, and our the general topic was looking at the distribution of income, extending the definition of income from money income to include household production. So we have money income plus the value of household production. So how do we associate household production with an income measure? Well, we're able to do this on an observation level by matching to the March income supplement for a subsample of 2003 data. And to fill in the hole, created by the fact that we don't have a long-term measure and that we don't have the other adult in the household, we impute household production using a regression. So our regression technique is just to regress the value of household production, and we use several different measures of the value of household production, as described earlier. Some of those measures were described earlier. Regressing the value of production on the log of family income and its square, and a vector of covariance. We tried basically more flexible specifications for the log of family income. Basically, the data don't support any great level of detail, any real non-parametric specification there. Note that for the vector of covariance, we can include for married couples, we can include the characteristics of the spouse that is not interviewed. So we can predict total household production for the household, taking into account the different characteristics of the different spouses. So we do this by cell. We run separate regressions by sex, by marital status, and by weekday and weekend, since of course the time use on weekdays and weekends are quite different. And to impute a total long-run value of household production for each sex by marital cell, we predicted values from weekdays to the predicted values from weekends. And for each person in the sample, we have a measure of extended income using their earnings, plus the predicted household value of household production. This finally we get to some results. We use definitions of household productions with and without measures of the value of secondary child care. And we use both a generalist wage approach, where we take the wage of maids and housekeepers, and a specialist wage approach. And one can see from the table that household production is not trivial. There's actually makes a fair contribution to the income, to household income. So just to give some statistics, on average, depending on the measure, it's 30 to 47% of earnings for households as a whole. Combining that and thinking of it as a percentage of extended income, 23 to 32% of income per household as a whole. Okay, so that's the average. How do the distributions compare? Is money income more or less equally distributed than extended income? The results are fairly unequivocal. Extended income is more equally distributed than money income, and that holds whether we include secondary child care or not, whether we measure by a generalist or a specialist wage, and comparing households of different sizes. We looked at a couple different equivalent scales, and that result held across there. So here are the results. You can see that for each of the different measures, that extended income is more equally distributed than money income, and often by a considerable amount. Okay, so what is the source of that result? What is driving that result? Well, one can compare that exercise with what you would get if you just took the average of household production, all incomes across all households, and added that to money income and compare that to what we did using our regression technique. And as you can see, whether we use just the means or whether we go through the regression makes very little difference in most cases. For the Gini coefficient, you can see it makes hardly any difference at all. So I described using a regression technique to come up with our valuation of household income, to compensate for the fact that we don't have long-run measures and we don't have measures for the entire household. However, the imputation ignores some components of the variance of household production, and one might worry about it. So there's residual left over after one takes the regression part out, and so far we've been ignoring that. And it's useful in thinking about this to decompose that residual component into a long-run person-specific component and day-to-day variation around that person-specific component. If the regression residual were completely composed of day-to-day variation, then what I just showed you would be perfectly correct, since that day-to-day variation wouldn't enter long-run measures of household production. On the other hand, I might have to worry to the extent that it is composed of a residual person-specific component, then that measure will be inaccurate. And so one can perform an exercise of basically varying the permanent person-specific component from its minimum value, where there's no person-specific component, it's all day-to-day variation, to its maximum value, where the regression residual is entirely composed of the person-specific component. Thinking about households, one gets the maximum value if the if the permanent component is perfectly correlated across spouses. So one can still come up with a maximum value in that case. And so here are the results of a simulation exercise where I vary the person-specific component from 0 to basically halfway, the standard deviation being half of the maximum value to it being the maximum possible value. And one can see here that certain Gini coefficient, it makes some difference, and you get more inequality if you add that residual variance, but it doesn't really seem to affect the qualitative conclusions. And so, we can also think about linking, concluding the discussion of that paper. Maybe we can think about linking not just to CPS, but to things like the current expenditure survey, consumer expenditure survey. And this brings up really the same set of issues. If the residual variance is just day-to-day variation, then we're basically home free. If there's a permanent component in that residual variance, then there are some issues. There's some evidence on this issue in a recent, very, very good paper by Hanmeyer and Sullivan, which looked at leisure and expenditure rather than looking specifically at household production. they looked at a panel data set, time use data set that I hadn't been aware of the panel aspect of when we did our paper. And of course, you can then back out estimates of the variance of that permanent component. And what they found was that the person effects were actually fairly small in magnitude. So probably the regression imputation was a pretty good approximation. So there are some issues in applying that result. Does it apply to household production rather than leisure? And of course, that's a very old data set, and one might worry whether that the variance structure that they found has changed since the 1970s. Oh, whoops, sorry. Went way over time. My apologies. Anyway. We can come up with a reasonable measure of household production, and the general features, we can get good bounds on the distribution of income, but it's hard to get a point estimate. Okay, sorry, Erica.
Okay, thanks, Harley. All right, so now we're going to rush on to Jae-Hoon Han, who's going to be talking about incorporating home production in the measure of consumption. This is work with Bruce Meyer and James Sullivan. And Jae-Hoon Han is assistant professor in the School of Economics at Zhejiang University in China. His research focuses on poverty, inequality, and government safety programs. And his most recent research examines the effect of SNAP work requirements on the labor supply of non-disabled adults without children. Jae-Hoon received his PhD in economics from the University of Notre Dame. So Jae-Hoon, please go ahead. You're muted, Jae-Hoon. You need to unmute yourself. Still can't hear you.
Can you hear me? Okay, great.
Now, yeah.
Very happy to present my work with Bruce Meyer and Jim Sullivan on incorporating home production in a measure of consumption. So it is broadly understood that the non-market consumption is an important component of economic welfare. In practice, however, it's difficult to incorporate home production in a measure of consumption because of two reasons. Number one, measures of home production and consumption are not typically available in the same data source. And the second reason is that there's no broad consensus on how to value home production. So we address this issue by adopting the imputation method used in our previous paper. So that imputation method consists of three steps. First, we use the ATUS data to estimate the relationship between home production and observable characteristics that are also available in the CE data. And then we take that estimate to predict home production for adults in the CE data. And then we construct a family level home production measure. And finally, we value home production using market wages to construct a broad measure of consumption that includes home production. So to use this imputation method, we first need to define home production. So according to the traditional definition, an activity is considered productive if someone else could be hired to do that activity. So in that sense, the first three categories in this table, domestic work, shopping, and social care, can be classified as productive activities. And it is controversial whether some activities in the last category, others, can be classified as productive activities. But in the following analysis, we include all activities in this table in a measure of home production. So now that we have a measure of home production, a natural question to ask is how much time people spend on home production. So this figure shows the average weekly hours spent on 10 broad activity categories, including home production. So we see that men spend much more time doing market work than women. In 2016, men spend about 30 hours per week doing market work, while women spend about 20 hours per week doing market work. The opposite is true for home production. We see that men spend only about 20 hours per week for home production, while women spend about 30 hours per week doing home production. So there's substantial gender gap in home production time. So as the first step of the imputation procedure, we estimate the relationship between home production time and observable characteristics using the time use data. So in this estimation equation, HP represents the reported daily home production time for individual I in survey year T in the time use data. And H represents user hours worked, and Z includes demographic characteristics such as age, education level, the number of children, and marital status. So regarding this estimation equation, there are two important questions to ask. First, how much variation in this reported daily home production reflects long-term variation versus day-to-day variation? And the second question is, how much variation in the long-term home production can be explained by the individual and family characteristics in our estimation equation? So to answer this question, we have to have a panel data where we can observe home production for multiple days for the same individual. Unfortunately, the ATUS data collects the cross-sectional time use data for a single day. So we turn to the 1975-76 panel data where respondents were interviewed up to 4 times, and responses are at least 3 months apart. And using this data, we decompose the variation in daily home production into 3 parts. The first part is the part that is explained by the individual and family characteristics captured by H and Z. And the second part is the unexplained variance that captures the long-term components of residual. And you can say that this is also a variation across individuals. And the third part is the unexplained variation that captures the transitory components. And this is the variation within individuals. So this is the result from this decomposition exercise. So there are 2 main takeaways. First, a large fraction of the total variation in home production in this ATUS data is actually residual, that is transitory. Okay. So more than 60% of total variation in daily home production is transitory or residual. And the second takeaway is that individual characteristics and family characteristics in our estimation equations explain a large share of the long-run variation in home production. So this result suggests that our estimation equation, the variables in our estimation equations are good predictors of long-run home production. So what's the relationship between home production and individual characteristics? So here I give you some coefficients on the relationship between home production and individual characteristics, such as age and sex. So we estimate this using 2 specifications. One, where we control for work hours, that is in column 3 and 4, and the other that where we don't control for work hours. And for age group variable here, the reference age group is age between 18 and 24, and that is omitted here. So we find that controlling for work hours, the age has inverted U-shaped relationship with home production time. And we also find that being male, is negatively associated with home production time, which is consistent with the result I showed in the figure before. When you look at the relationship between home production and education level or other characteristics, we find that individuals with less than high school degree tend to have less home production time than high school graduate. And the high school graduate are the base group in this table so that they are omitted. And comparing the high school graduate and college graduate, we don't see much difference in their home production time. And when you look at the relationship between marriage or number of children and the relationship between marriage and home production is positive. And we also find that having children is positively associated with home production time. And as one might expect, use of hours work is negatively associated with home production time. So as a second step, we take the estimates from this estimation equation and then use that to predict home production for each adult in the family in the CE data. So in this prediction equation, HP hat represents the predicted home production for adult I in the survey year T in the CE data. So, and then we construct a family level home production by calculating, by summing all home production time in a family and dividing that by the number of adults in the family. So in this way, we express home production on a per adult basis. So as a final step of the imputation procedure, we place value on home production. So we know that there are two main input approaches, opportunity cost approach and replacement cost approach. And we use three different valuation methods based on these two approaches. And we use the market wages to place value on home production. So the first approach, so the first valuation method is based on the opportunity cost approach. So we assume that individuals value home production at their wage. And this is for workers. And for non-workers, we predict the wages using their demographic characteristics as well as their reported reason of non-employment. And so we expect that including the reason of non-employment will help us to better predict the potential wages for non-workers. And our second valuation method is based on the replacement cost approach. So we simply assume that everyone assigns the same value to home production that is equal to the average wages for all workers. And one might think that maybe the market substitute price may not be as high as the average wages for all workers. So in our third valuation method, we again assume that everyone have assigned the same value to home production, but that is equal to the 25th percentile of wages instead of the average wages. So now we have this home production measure in the CE, and for consumption measure, we convert the expenditures into consumption. And that involves estimating the service flows from the expenditures on durable goods. So now that we have this consumption and home production measure for the same family, we study the levels of inequality for extended consumption that includes consumption and the value of home production. So in this table, in the first column as a reference, we report the level of inequality in consumption alone. And in the remaining columns, we report the levels of inequality in extended consumption and using different valuation methods for home production. So what we find here is that regardless of the valuation method, inequality in extended consumption is smaller than inequality in consumption alone. So in our analysis, we demonstrate that estimating the relationship between home production and observable characteristics using the ATUS data, we can predict the long-term home production in the CE data. And going forward, we're going to extend the sample period to the year 2020 so that we can study the impact of COVID-19 on the home production. And we're going to also study the robustness of our results to using a more refined definition of home production. And finally, we're going to consider using more sophisticated approaches to value home production. So that includes placing different values on different types of activities. And that will also include placing different values depending on individual and family characteristics. I will stop here. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Jae-hoon. So now we get to take a 5-minute break. We're back on time. And so take a 5-minute break, and I'll meet you back here at 11 a.m. Eastern Time, 8 a.m. Seattle time. Talk to you soon. Okay. Everyone, we are back here now. And Benjamin Bridgman of the Bureau of Economic Analysis, BEA, is going to be talking about consumption of household production. Benjamin is Assistant Chief Economist at BEA. He received his PhD from the University of Minnesota, and his research covers several areas of macroeconomics, including measurement of non-market activity. So, Benjamin, take it away.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Let's see. Where'd my slides go?
You have control?
Yeah, you should have control now, Benjamin. It's to the arrows are to the left of the screen. You should see the toolbar here.
I lost the slides.
You cannot see them?
I cannot see them.
Okay.
When you made me the host, they disappeared.
That seemed to be an issue that people were having. How about you just go ahead and tell me to navigate through to the next slide?
Okay. Yeah, sorry, I had a update on my WebEx, and it has caused it to not work anymore. So, I'm sorry for that. Okay, so I'm going to talk about the consumption of household production. Next slide, please. Okay, so, I work at the BEA, so I come to this world from a different place a little bit from the other people in this symposium, since we're mostly interested in aggregate production, GDP and things like that, and not so much the household sector. That's really how we think of it, how we attack this problem. We attack it from the macro perspective. And the reason we've looked at household production is that it is it's economically important source of aggregate consumption. So household production, I mean, we've kind of already gone over a lot of these definitions, so a lot of this stuff has already been covered by some of the previous presenters, but just to set terms, household production for us is non-market productions of activities that could be purchased. So we're basically using the third person criteria that seems to be pretty common. And so our most recent estimate of household production in our satellite accounts estimates that household production would increase GDP about 23% in 2017. That was up 1965, that was closer to 40% and has been declining as household activities get more marketized, but it still remains a pretty significant portion. And we think of essentially all of those activities being consumption. So that's, that's comparison to GDP. So if you were to only compare it to consumption, then you would, you would also, that would be a bigger number. So there's reasons to believe that household production might be particularly important when we're looking at the household level. So we have a sort of common example, and childcare is particularly important. Is becoming particularly important in the U.S. So if you compared a household where you have a stay-at-home parent and one that uses a market daycare for most of its childcare, you would get very different numbers for how much childcare is being consumed by that household. And there's reason to believe that in a distributional account, this would be particularly important in that marketization, which is buying things in the market rather than making them yourself at the home, is linked to income. So people who have higher market incomes tend to have less household production. So then the question becomes, how would we integrate these estimates into a U.S. consumption distributional account? And so, like I said, the way we attack things is a much more aggregate level. So we're not really thinking, but when we put our settle account estimates together, we don't have, we're not really thinking about individual households. We're thinking about an entire sector. To take what we do and match it to what's happening in a distributional account, we'd have to do a lot of things differently. So what I want to talk about in this presentation is talk about the resources that we do have, and then think about if, to take this all the way across the end line, what would we need to do? And hopefully some of the things that need to be done, some of the people in the symposium are working on. So I think we're even closer to getting it across the goal line than I initially thought, certainly when I put this together. All right. So next slide, please. Okay, so what does BEA do in this space? So going back quite a long time, over 20 years now, BEA has published household production satellite accounts. And so what a satellite account is, it's an experimental account. They have two varieties. One is within things that are already in market production, if we're interested in one particular aspect of it and we recut it to pull out just those elements, so that we could, how big would that be? So that would be taking things that are already there and putting them in, repackaging them together into a single sector. So we've done that with things like outdoor recreation or the digital economy. So these are things that are already in GDP, but we recut GDP. What household production satellite account is, it's the other kind of satellite account where it's an experimental thing where we ask the question, what if we added something that's not currently in the accounts? And so that's, currently household production is not in GDP. And so what this does is gives us our best guess as to what GDP would look like if we were to add it. And so the first version of this was published all the way back in 2000 by the former director of BEA, Steve Landefeld. And then when he became director, he really pushed to keep this project going. So every so often, certainly now that we have, this, you'll notice that this predates the American Time Use Survey, the 2000, that always starts in 2003. So, as the American Time Use Survey has come in and we now have annual data, we do more frequent updates because there's more frequent data to update. And actually later today we're going to be looking into extending that and meeting on that. So the methodology we use is what we call the income approach. So if you remember, your GDP, there's a couple of different ways of doing it. There's product way, and what the income approach does is it takes the factors of production and gives returns to them. And the way that we assign values to those factors of production is to assume that the marginal return to market and non-market activity are equalized. So on the margin, so if a household is both doing market work and non-market work, assuming that the household is at the margin equalizing the values of those activities. So an hour, the marginal hour in the market is equilibrated with the marginal activity in the household. This was consistent with international standards, so I was part of a group through the UNECE coming up with common international standards so that we could compare household production across countries, and then the final thing is just to tell you what we include is the things you would think. So cooking, household work, housework, odd jobs, gardening, shopping and childcare, and travel and support of those activities. Next slide, please. Okay, so really there's 4 pieces that goes into our estimates. So we get aggregate hours from the American Time Use Survey, and we use the aggregate consumer durable stocks from our fixed asset tables. That gives us the capital. So those are the 2-factor inputs. And then we need a return to those inputs. We use the wage of household workers. This would be a replacement cost approach. And we use the rate of return of household financial assets. So with the idea that you could either use household resources to invest in household capital or in saving it in financial assets. So just to give you kind of a mental model of this, the household production value of a home cooked meal in this account would be the value of the cooking time plus the capital cost of the appliances and maybe some portion and maybe some household furnishings or something. But so that would be the value added of this sector. Next slide, please. Okay, so there's some theory challenges, which actually I think are not too difficult, at least in the aggregate. But the first thing that pops up is the BA estimates everything on an income basis, while its consumption is done on a product basis. So the actual delivered household consumption is the 2 portions of value added we were talking about before, but you also have to account for the materials used. So if we go back to our value of a home cooked meal, we have the 2 things that we talked about before, the value of cooking time and the value of capital cost of the appliances, but now we have to add the cost of ingredients. Now from an aggregate standpoint, we're actually okay because those ingredients are already in PCE. So we're already counting those in consumption. So in this example, the cost of the ingredients are counted as non-durable consumption under the category food for off-premises consumption. So all we really need to do is add the value-added portion if we're just trying to get aggregate nominal consumption of a household. Now things get a little more complicated if you want to add some detail here. And so if you want to put things on a real basis, you would need product level consumption because you would need more prices. and you need to allocate all these inputs to various products. That's a little more challenging, but as a first pass, just getting the aggregate, we're in good shape. Next slide, please. Okay, so like I've emphasized, the BEA is estimating aggregate household production. Now we need to allocate those estimates to, groups, at least groups of households, to get a distributional count. Now, we've done this already for income, and then Harley had the work that he's done doing a similar exercise. He just talked about that. So, in principle, it can be done. You have to make some assumptions, but it's not too difficult. In concept, now the problem comes with the source data. So the collection for the American Time Use Survey is distinct from the Consumer Expenditure Survey, and we don't, in the fixed asset tables, we never assign those assets to a household. So we have no household level data on the value of consumer durable stocks. Now, there's things we can do, and some of the other people on this symposium have talked about that. You can do links between these surveys. Sometimes there's pseudo links, like that was done by Bang, Hanish, and Silos, where they take the income from the CPS and the measure of income in the CE, and then they put everybody in a bin and they make a pseudo link across there. Lei Feng, who's at the Atlanta Fed, has done some interesting work. So in France, there's 1 year where their consumption survey and their time use survey frame are exactly the same. So they're working on that. So in other countries, they might be able to do this more directly. And you may be able to impute the value of the durables using information about purchases or the ownership indicators. We've seen a couple of papers talking about that. CE asks about whether you have a car. And really, if you nail down the cars, you're pretty much getting most of it. The durable stock is really in transportation. Appliances is a little bit quantitatively important, but really most of the cars are mostly your durables. So if you get a good estimate there, I think you're in pretty good shape. And from what we've seen in the symposium, I think we're well along the track to get that. Next slide, please. Okay, so I only have a couple of minutes left. So to conclude, household production is definitely important at the aggregate level, and there's reason to believe that it is also important at the household level. Certainly, we would want to go check in the data rather than assume that it's not. The theory for estimating disaggregated household consumption is well developed. I've worked in this area. It's not that difficult to extend some of the theoretical work that I've done and the work that Erwin Dewart and Paul Schreier have done. To get what kind of prices and other market indicators we would need to get a full picture of household consumption. I think the biggest challenges here are on the data side. And so we've got some source data gaps that need to be bridged, but I think we do have some nice indicators. People are working on it, and I think we're probably not that far away from having something that we could actually implement. There's going to be a little hand waving. There's going to be some assumptions made, but that's always true in the world of measurement. You have to use the source data you have, and I think that for the U.S. we actually have pretty good. We're starting from a pretty good place in terms of source data. The hours are the most important part. You get the hours and the cars right, and I think you're well on your way to a high-quality product. And that's my time, so I will hand it over. Thank you.
Thank you, Benjamin. So the fourth paper in this session is by Leonard Nakamura with Diane Coyle and Jane Pelton. And it's entitled Expanding Consumption Measurement. Len is an emeritus economist at the Federal Reserve Bank of Philadelphia. His most recent work focuses on the possible acceleration of mismeasurement of U.S. growth and inflation in the 21st century. And this past year, he served on the panel on measuring the transformation of retail and related activities for the Committee on National Statistics that was sponsored by the BLS. So take it away, Len.
Hi, it's great to be here. I want to thank the organizers, not just for creating this terrific symposium, but also for their encouragement and help. This is joint work with Diane Coyle and Charles Holton, and also I still need to say that these are my opinions and not those of the Federal Reserve System. So we've been talking about home production and how to add home production to consumption. And I want to reorient this a little bit and focus more directly on the action of consumption, which to a large extent takes place during leisure time. So the way I think about this is the information age. The most important products are knowledge and information. But knowledge and information are odd goods from an economic perspective in that they are non-rival. And so they can be transacted at very low marginal cost and in fact often are unpriced. So they generate utility without additional resource cost, so that there's a kind of free lunch here. They thus tend to escape our standard price procedures. Now, if they're unpriced, you could say, well, we don't care about it, but they generate a lot of utility, and utility matters for fundamental concepts that we wish to measure. So if I want to think about whether I'm better off than I was last year or than my parents, then real income has to be relative to a true cost of living index, which evaluates the cost of a fixed utility bundle. So utility matters there. Similarly, for real interest rates, we're measuring the value of transferring a dollar, spending power from between 2 points in time. And, that's again, the marginal utility of those dollars. So I would argue that we have to move beyond our normal price procedures, and we need to verify these new procedures from multiple perspectives if we're going to convince ourselves that in using these new procedures, we're actually getting closer to the truth. The theoretical foundations for moving forward were laid out by and large decades ago. Nancy Fulbright did a good job of summarizing this. I have the wrong date here for Margaret Reed. It's 1934. And this got picked up in the 1960s and brought into more mainstream economics through Becker, Lancaster, Stigler, and Krilikis. And more recently, there's been this beyond GDP movement that looks to recapture something like utility measurement in GDP. With regard to that, CPI as being in principle a true cost of living index would be suitable for beyond GDP, but using current procedures, it may not be. So, I want to think about how information affects consumption. And my favorite example is how baby aspirin was discovered in the 1980s to prevent heart attacks and strokes, and indeed was as valuable in doing so as expensive prescription medicines. But the production technology of baby aspirin did not change, so its price did not change. Only our knowledge of what aspirin could be used for, but the net result was we got a lot more utility at very little cost. Similarly, the internet gives us lots of information about products. I use it all the time when I'm doing tourism, and in general, buying goods is easier with the internet. And, the advance of scholarly knowledge, I would argue, has greatly enhanced the value of a year of college or graduate education. And similarly, advances in financial theory have given us low-cost equity mutual funds and improved the technology of finance, household finance. Networks and platforms are fundamentally information devices in which utility grows with the number of participants, so the utility associated with them does not remain fixed. And then, as I mentioned earlier, there are these zero marginal price products. Some are free with advertising and others involve subscriptions and in a way that challenges our notion of what it means to entertain ourselves and what its cost is. So there's really been a burst of research on consumption when information and knowledge advances. And this research raises pretty deep questions about what do we mean by consumption and how is the consumption technology changing? And that raises a question of how do we learn about consumption? And the answer, as we've seen in this symposium, it's by asking consumers, looking under the hood of the household. In a similar way to the way that Adam Smith looked at the pin factory to understand production. So how do we spend our time? We've been talking a lot about that, but I want to look at this in a more fine-grained way. There's obviously work and homework, but there's also home investment and leisure. Another question being explored is how do we experience utility? Is it moment by moment? Do we experience it retrospectively or prospectively? And do these differences matter? And another line of research is what is our willingness to pay? So Chuck Holton and I follow Kelvin Lancaster in considering consumption as a technology. But there are two parts to that. First, there's what we've been calling homework, that is, a meal is produced with purchased goods and cooking and other prep time. And then there's the commodity utility that we get from actually consuming a meal. And that utility has a technology that also changes over time. And with unchanged market production technology, advance in commodity production technology can increase utility with or without additional home production, as in the case of aspirin. So how do we measure this increase in utility not visible in prices? Well, to a certain extent, we have to look at leisure time and our feelings during leisure time, or our willingness to pay for leisure activities. We need to know the value of time, and we can also use parameterized models to help us here. Diane Coyle and I take a step beyond my work with Chuck in following Becker to consider utility as occurring throughout the day. So time use surveys tell us about time allocations during non-work periods. And, as we've discussed, homework is work whose time we would like to shorten or that we could hire somebody to do. And leisure is time we don't want to compress. Stigler and Becker also considered extended utility functions in which utility from a given item may change as a result of learning. So the more you consume something, say classical music, the more discerning you might be and the more enjoyable you might find it. So there's a lot of additional work that needs to be done, and a meta-analysis is needed here. So we have a variety of techniques to estimate gains in utility, and then we need to compare the results of these different methods with some kind of a meta-analysis. So in terms of the value of time, Becker's uses the wage rate of individuals as the default, whereas Bridgman and others use the wage rate for the activity. And the wage rate of the individual is typically, on average, gives us a higher number than the wage rate of the activity. The wage rate of the activity in this current period has been a little odd, in my opinion, because as we've had more inequality, this gap has increased. So there's also willingness to accept and willingness to pay measures that Brynjolfsson and co-authors and a string of other authors have done both surveys and experiments with. And then there are parameterized models with time use valuation, Goolsby and Klenow and so forth. By the way, Boerma and Karl Barbunas have a paper in which it would appear that leisure valuations increase inequality rather than decreasing it. And there's time use and feelings that goes back to Juster et al. And Kruger and a whole string of people. And those are can also be used as very valuable ordinal rankings, but they can perhaps be made cardinalized. So home investment, we've talked about a bit in regards to durable goods. And there, what we would like to measure is the stream of benefits of the durable goods. A very large part of home investment is time spent on healthcare, education, and learning about products. Those are similarly investments. So when we look at, say, a visit to the doctor, we don't expect that to have high direct utility, but rather we expect the visit to give us long-lived benefits. For example, I had cataract surgery, as a result of which I'm able to, my vision has improved considerably. And that's a stream of benefits. So ideally, we should measure the stream of benefits from these investments as we do with owner-occupied housing. Well, how should we proceed? One way to think about this is that if we can understand household behavior in real time, it might be a way to future-proof consumption measurement as our economy changes. And as a first step.
Len, I want to give you a 5-minute warning.
Okay, that's fine, thanks. Sorry. We want to develop we already have the time use survey and the consumer expenditure survey to measure changes in household behavior. We know that BLS is developing a retail trade satellite account, and a similarly experimental consumption satellite account would be a nice complement to that. Additions to surveys, the American Time Use Survey has in the past had Kruger measures of feeling, and it would be nice to restore those. Secondary time uses could be expanded, and the American Time Use Survey is just great for a whole bunch of reasons. And there could be a module on the consumer expenditure survey that helped us understand how people feel, their happiness, their economic well-being, how they're using their time, health status, and so forth. One complication is that in the past couple of years, we've been reminded that the environment matters a lot. The pandemic has had large impacts on consumption technology and on household utility. The pandemic also accelerated information technology use by households. And additionally, our knowledge was crucial in the advance of knowledge was crucial in developing vaccines rapidly, and also information was very important in distributing the vaccine to hundreds of millions of people in a short period of time. So the information age, I'm arguing, threatens our ability to measure basic aggregates we care about. We are experiencing very rapid changes in consumer behavior and welfare that are not registering in our measures of inflation. There's a rising risk that our measures may not be taken seriously if they differ too far from public perceptions. And again, thanks very much.
Thank you, Len, and all of the presenters. Maybe the right thing to do here is to start by just asking all the presenters if you want to ask each other any questions. There are a few questions that have come up in the chat already, but let's start by just throwing up in this conversation amongst Harley, Jihoon, Benjamin, and Len. Go ahead, Len. You'll have to unmute yourself.
So, so when we value home production time and throw that back in, let's suppose, for example, that there's people are experiencing more leisure time. For example, a lot of people retire early, and so there are more people who are not working and have more leisure time. But that doesn't get into this consumption calculus. So I think that's a rationale for focusing beyond home production into an exploration of how we use our leisure time. And one of the things that bothers me about using household labor wages for household labor is that inequality has been rising. And that means that if you're well off, then your home production time has become less and less valuable. And that tends to, of course, reduce inequality. But do we know that that's really happening?
Anyone want to respond to that?
I know that am I on?
Yes, you're on.
Okay. I know that the levy people have looked at quality adjustments for household production. And I frankly don't know how that's done. You'd have to ask that. I guess I'm a bit skeptical that there are large differences between how professionals would perform on household production versus how people with less education would do it. So I actually think that the equality promoting approach is probably the correct answer. That's just speculation.
I mean, I've looked at this issue. So in my Journal of Developmental Economics paper with Bertolt Herendorf and Joy Duerdecker, we looked at the returns to tenure in the household sector. So if you have more experience, does your wage go up? And it doesn't. So that indicates that it's not a sector that uses a lot of human capital. I think it's pretty clear that some of the education is very specialized. A PhD in economics is not terribly useful for changing a diaper. And so, I've been taking care of a 7-month-old, and I can tell you my PhD is doing nothing for her. So I think that I think the evidence is more towards the replacement cost than, say, an opportunity cost.
If I could respond to that, I would say that the work that's been done on human capital development and intergenerational inequality suggests that for example, that the authoritative style of home rearing, which is largely adopted by college educated parents, has been very important in creating the human capital of their young. So, I was a parent also, and I think, and I know that my education really helped me in helping my child, for example, navigate the educational system.
Interesting. Okay. Oh, okay. So Thesia has a question, and then after that, we'll go to Jake Schultz, who is going to read some of the questions from the chat. Thesia?
I actually have 3 questions now that I'm on. One was for Ben, and that was when using rental equivalents and rents in consumption, the flow of services from appliances is implicitly included in that, I would think, because in the U.S., major appliances, at least for the kitchen, are included in these housing units. For Harley and Jin Hoon, I have a question about equivalent scales. This is based on something that Nancy said yesterday. I know Harley and you used, and Jin Hoon did as well, you used certain equivalent scales when you did your distributional analysis. However, as Nancy said, the traditional equivalent scales don't account for the value of home production. For example, if you have a single parent raising a child, instead of that second child getting a value of 0.8 or 0.5 or 0.3 or the first child getting a value of 0.8, 0.5 or 0.3, they should probably get a value of 1.5. So I was wondering if you have looked at the time use data and the in your combination with, let's say, your income data to look at the implicit equivalent scales that come out of that once you include home production. And then my last question is for Leonard. I'm actually intrigued with the idea of calculating flow of services from what is being spent for education and health. So my guess is we won't have time to talk about much of that, but anyway, it's just something I would like to talk about sometime.
Does anybody want to jump in with a quick answer to Thesia? If not, we'll go on to the chat questions.
Just to say, I was basically taking standard equivalence measures and not trying to research what the appropriate one was in the exercise that we did.
In our paper, we didn't use equivalent scale adjustment, so we just take the average from production time across, adults. But I think it's certainly a very important topic to see how the value of home production differ by different, demographic groups.
Yeah, there's been this output movement within healthcare that helps us get at some of these variables and streams, and then there's the education, the whole human capital literature has done a lot about the value of early childhood education and so forth.
Okay. Jake, what have you gleaned from the chat that you want to ask?
Yes. So we have a question from Katri. I think this one's for Harley. How often is ATUS conducted? Can the participants choose the day they are covering, weekend/weekday/workday/free day. And then she goes on to say, at least in Finland, each of the participants are covering 2 days during the same week, one during the weekdays, another during the weekend.
It is conducted every year and every day except holidays. And respondents are given a fixed day of the week. So if we can't get them 1 week on Friday, we try to get them the next week on Friday. And sorry, was there another one?
No, I think that was because you answered can the participants choose the day? They're assigned a day.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Here's another question from Geographic. Thank you very much for the interesting presentations and findings. I had a question for the presenters on the ATUS and in particular on the 24-hour recall approach. We are working in the World Bank Living Standards and Measurement Study Program on different methods to collecting time use data. This includes the 2019 Cambodia LMS Plus on administering a 24-hour time use diary, but collecting data within 15-minute intervals over the day, and separately smartphone-based diaries in other country pilots. We were wondering if there have been internal discussions around alternative methods to perhaps capturing more within-day variation in time use.
There have been, I'm not quite sure what that last thing is, but there certainly have been discussions and projects going forward on web-based and phone-based collection, although I think we keep the same 24-hour recall.
Right. Okay, well, I think we need to move on to the next session, but I want to thank all the presenters and the audience, and I certainly learned a lot, so thank you very much, and talk to you soon. Bye.
Thank you.
Let me unmute myself here. Okay, so the next session is on health. Wolf is the session leader. She's a professor of economics, population health sciences, and public affairs, and a faculty affiliate, the Institute for Research on Poverty at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. Her research focuses broadly on poverty and health issues, and she's a member of the National Academy of Medicine. She served as vice chair of the National Academy of Sciences Institute of Medicine Board on Children, Youth, and Families, and is a member of the advisory committee to the director of the National Institutes of Health. She received her doctorate in economics from the University of Pennsylvania. And I've known Bobby now for many years, I think starting with our work on National Academy of Sciences poverty measurement. All right, Bobby, take it over.
Bobby, you're muted.
Let me say again, this time so you can hear me, that I'm very pleased to be here and found a lot of the earlier discussions to be particularly interesting and challenging. The next, which is the last session topic, is on a really challenging issue itself. Health insurance is something that we can't put aside since we now spend a high proportion of GDP on health, something like 18%. But it's unique in that rather than thinking that spending more is bringing more benefit, one of the reasons we spend more is when we have more illness. And so it represents a clear challenge when we think about consumption. Clearly, some expenditures on health and covered by health insurance are preventive, and as we get more vaccines, we think of that as being closer to other traditional purchases. So let me not take any more time from the presenters who are two of the people who've been most active in thinking about how to incorporate health within poverty measurements and focus on health insurance. And so are the appropriate speakers to discuss this at this conference. Our first speaker is Kevin Corinth, who's the Executive Director of the Comprehensive Income Dataset Project at the University of Chicago's Harris School of Public Policy. His research more broadly focuses on poverty, homelessness, and improving measures of economic well-being. He previously worked at the Council of Economic Advisors, including as chief economist, and also at the American Enterprise Institute. He received his PhD in economics from the University of Chicago. Our second speaker is Dahlia Remler, who's a professor at the Marx School of Public and International Affairs at Baruch College, the City University of New York, and the Economics Department of CUNY Graduate Center. She's also affiliated with the CUNY Institute for Demographic Research and the National Bureau of Economic Research. Dahlia's research has focused on many areas of health policy. She, along with Sanders Corman, have developed a poverty measure that includes health insurance in the threshold and incorporates health insurance benefits. Dahlia holds 2 PhDs, one in physical chemistry and the second in economics from Harvard University. So let me turn it over first to Kevin. Kevin, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Bobby, for the introduction, and thank you to Thesia, Brett, Jake, and everyone at BLS for the chance to participate in this event. So before describing how health insurance can be incorporated into a consumption measure, I want to make the case for why it can't be ignored. In 2019, health expenditures totaled $3.8 trillion in the U.S., comprising 18% of GDP. Due to policies such as the Affordable Care Act and the expansion of Medicaid, health insurance coverage increased by 5 percentage points since 2007. We now spend over $600 billion per year on Medicaid alone, 10 times as much as we spend on SNAP or food stamps. We don't spend all this money for nothing. Health insurance improves health, it reduces mortality, and it alleviates financial stress. The inclusion of health insurance in a resource measure matters when looking at trends in inequality and poverty. In the slide, you can see trends in relative poverty using an income measure, though I suspect you'd find a similar pattern if we were to look at consumption as well. Both income measures in the figure are anchored to approximately a 20% baseline poverty rate, which is the rate established in 1963 for President Johnson's War on Poverty. Poverty thresholds are updated over time at the same rate as median income. So if median income rises by 5%, then we would increase thresholds by 5% as well. When excluding health insurance in the gray line, we see that relative poverty increases to 22% in 2019, which represents a 2 percentage point increase over more than 50 years. When including the market value, the full market value of health insurance, the maroon line, we see that relative poverty reaches 16% by 2019, a 3 percentage point decrease. Trends in absolute poverty are influenced by the inclusion of health insurance as well. Now, we may not all agree on exactly what value to place on health insurance, but the right answer is not 0. For the rest of my discussion, I will focus on 3 sections. First will be on conceptual issues. Second, on data sources, and third, on some special considerations that are a little bit more controversial. So first, conceptual issues. I'd like to actually back up a little bit and first argue why health insurance is the right thing to include. One might argue that we should include health expenditures, noting that expenditures on surgery or prescription drugs improve well-being. Though undoubtedly true, including health expenditures would have the undesirable consequence that someone who gets sick and needs treatment will look better off than someone who did not get sick in the first place. We can avoid this problem by including the value of health insurance, since ex ante, someone with health insurance is better off than someone without health insurance. The next question is what value to place on health insurance. For employer-sponsored coverage, the answer is clear. The total cost of the plan should be included, both the employer-paid premium and the employee-paid premium. This value is probably about right because if employees did not value health insurance, at least at cost, employers would do a better job attracting employees by substituting health insurance coverage for higher cash wages. For government health insurance, such as Medicaid and Medicare, there are two main options, each with advantages and disadvantages. One option is to use the risk-adjusted cost. For example, a child Medicaid recipient in Florida would receive a value of health insurance equal to the average Medicaid spending per child in Florida. Forming risk classes based on state and age of the recipient captures the differences in the value of health insurance across different people. For example, health insurance may be less valuable to young adults who expect to require less medical care during the year. As I'll return to later, forming risk classes based on disability or baseline health status may be less desirable. A second option is to value government health insurance at the cost of a comparable plan in the market. Conceptually, this is the superior approach because, after all, we seek to capture the market value of the health insurance plan. But in practice, it may be difficult to assess what a comparable plan is. I'll return later to the even thornier issue of whether to adjust downward the value of health insurance for some recipients. The next question is how to treat medical out-of-pocket expenditures. Discretionary out-of-pocket expenditures on something like cosmetic plastic surgery should be included as consumption. These types of expenditures are not incurred as a result of getting sick, and so including them as consumption does not make the sick appear better off. On the flip side, less discretionary expenditures, such as co-pays on heart surgery, should be excluded from consumption. Otherwise, people who develop heart problems will look better off. How then to decide which out-of-pocket expenditures to include as consumption? Well, one option is to consider the income elasticity of demand for a particular item. If higher income people spend a greater share of their income on an item than lower income people, then we may want to include it as consumption. Another option is to test whether including certain types of expenditures strengthens the association between consumption and external measures of well-being. If you get a stronger association, this is evidence that one may want to include the item. In some cases, judgment may ultimately be needed. All right, on to the data sources that we need to calculate the value of health insurance. So first, the Consumer Expenditure Survey indicates whether individuals are covered by health insurance, as well as the type of insurance they have. The CE also asks respondents for their medical out-of-pocket expenditures across a number of categories. To obtain the value of particular health insurance plans, though, requires other data sources. The cost of health insurance plans can be obtained from other surveys and then imputed to CE respondents, potentially based on their characteristics. The risk-adjusted cost of public health insurance plans can be calculated from publicly reported administrative aggregates. The Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services publishes aggregate spending and recipients by state and across risk classes. For example, we can separately identify the average Medicaid expenditures for children, non-elderly adults, the elderly, and individuals with disabilities, all broken down by state. Finally, it's worth exploring the use of administrative data to improve accuracy. For example, individual-level administrative data indicating Medicaid coverage might improve on self-reports of Medicaid coverage in the CE. All right, so that was the easy stuff, and now we can move on to three of the more controversial questions. So the first question, as I alluded to earlier, is whether health insurance value should depend on disability status or other pre-existing conditions. People with greater healthcare needs derive greater value from health insurance plans. And prior to the Affordable Care Act, they would be charged more in the private market for health insurance coverage, given their higher expected expenditures. Thus, it might seem natural to assign them a higher value of health insurance. However, there are a couple problems with doing so. First, assigning individuals with disabilities higher values of health insurance would make them appear better off than individuals without disabilities, similar to the problem with including health expenditures rather than health insurance in a consumption measure. Second, community rating under the Affordable Care Act no longer allows private market plans to adjust health insurance prices based on pre-existing health conditions. Thus, I'd suggest the answer to the question on this slide is no. We should not adjust the value of health insurance based on health or disability status. The second question, which I think is harder, is whether the value of health insurance should be adjusted downward for some people. Due to the large and discrete nature of health insurance, we would expect people with fewer resources to have a lower willingness to pay for it. For example, there is significant evidence that Medicaid recipients value coverage at only about 30 cents per dollar of spending. This raises important concerns about including the full market value of government health insurance in a consumption measure. The one concern I find less worrisome is that including the full market value of health insurance as a resource could lift individuals above the poverty line, even if they have no other resources. As the old saying goes, you can't eat your health insurance. I have to admit that I don't love the saying. After all, you can't eat public housing either. You can't live inside your SNAP benefits, and food can't perform life-saving surgery. Nonetheless, calculations that I've done with income and calculations that Bruce Meyer has done with consumption suggest that empirically it's rare for the full market value of health insurance to comprise the majority of resources for people near the poverty line, assuming you set the poverty threshold at a conventional level. In my view, there are three reasonable options for addressing the possibility that people may value health insurance below cost. First, the full market value could nonetheless be used. This is consistent with much of the literature studying trends in income and income inequality, including the approach taken by the Congressional Budget Office, as we heard earlier. Second, two consumption measures could be produced, one with the full market value and one with a zero value. This approach acknowledges that some people value health insurance below cost, but at the same time recognizes the difficulty in assigning the correct value to different people. This approach provides a lower and upper bound for trends in consumption. Third, the market value of health insurance could be capped at a share of total resources, such as 1/3. This ensures that health insurance cannot comprise a majority of resources for anyone, even when looking at something like deep poverty. This is the approach taken by Bruce Meyer and Jim Sullivan in estimating trends in consumption poverty over time. It's also the approach recommended in the final report of the Interagency Technical Working Group on evaluating alternative measures of poverty. I don't think there's a clear answer here, but that shouldn't lead us to give up and resort to placing a zero value on health insurance. We can't just sweep our $3.8 trillion of health expenditures under the rug. It would be much better to produce multiple consumption measures that show the sensitivity of statistics such as the poverty rate or consumption inequality to different health insurance values. The final question is whether a different equivalence scale should be applied to health insurance than other components of consumption. This question was posed by the Interagency Technical Working Group that I just mentioned, but unfortunately it wasn't answered. The key question is that unlike other goods like a house or food, the value of health insurance in improving one's health cannot be shared across members of a consumer unit. Since there are no economies of scale in consuming health insurance, it may not make sense to equivalize its value using the same equivalence scale as other goods. For example, it may be desirable to apply a per capita equivalence scale to health insurance so that no economies are assumed. Further research should be pursued on the implications of different equivalence scales for different goods, including health insurance, and methods for determining appropriate equivalence scales. I'll conclude by acknowledging that there are major unresolved questions about how to value in health insurance in a resource measure. The sheer magnitude of our healthcare expenditures makes the answers to these questions highly consequential to our understanding of the distribution of resources in the U.S. But placing a zero value on health insurance does not get around the problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. We will now have our turn to Dahlia for a different approach to incorporating health insurance. Dahlia, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity. And while this presentation is sole authored, I would like to acknowledge my longtime collaborator, Sanders Kornman. Many of the ideas were developed with him. So, Kevin and also Bobby and others have given many of the reasons we need to include health insurance in consumption measures. It's quantitatively very large. Healthcare and health insurance are also seen as essential for adequate standards of living. They're a large part of how people perceive well-being. Health itself is core to well-being, though, of course, health comes from many things in addition to healthcare, and healthcare does not always produce health. And as the speaker on the first day discussed, leaving it out will result in quite misleading comparisons between the U.S. and other wealthy countries. The gaps in our health insurance system are seen as a major demerit to our well-being. But it is difficult to accomplish validly, as Kevin and others have noted.
Okay. So the purpose of this talk is first to describe conceptual issues for incorporating health insurance into consumption measures of well-being, inequality, and poverty. I'll make some recommendations, some of which are more my opinion, and others I think are very clear from the analysis. At the end, I'll also briefly outline a proposed health-inclusive consumption poverty measure that is modeled on the HIPAA, as we call it, an income-based poverty measure that Sandy Corman and I developed. And my mouse does not work, only this. So, why is it so hard to do this? Well, let's start with healthcare utilization. It is highly concentrated. 5% of people account for more than 50% of expenditures. And throughout this, when I say expenditures, I will mean the total healthcare expenditures, not out-of-pocket ones. Secondly, it's not just health status, are you in good health or poor health? It depends on detailed health conditions. Some conditions are treatable, others not. Some have expensive treatment, some have much cheaper ones. Third, those expenditures and care use is both predictable and unpredictable over time. There's a correlation of 0.36 between expenditures on an individual in adjacent years. And in this, health insurance is very different from the usual conceptualization of insurance. Insurance is supposed to protect against unexpected events, but a lot of what we want out of health insurance is protection against chronic disease, against things that are quite very, very predictable. Another problem is that the technological change is quite large and means that the magnitude of spending and also the relationships change over time. The relationship age, the relationship with particular conditions, and so on. And then finally, also to mention that healthcare, to a first approximation, has no economies of scale. So, consumption and health care. So, what we saw in the very first presentation and also in several others, particularly the one we just heard, there are a lot of different ways you could conceptualize consumption in a measure of well-being. And these have different implications, and I think they have different implications for how the ideal measure for health care as well in a second health insurance. So we do have this idea in economics, it's the use of goods and services. There's this idea of the current period rather than investment in the future period. The idea that it contributes to utility, but it somehow takes economic resources to produce. Divergence about what that means. So I'm a bit of a fan of how other social sciences formally focus on conceptualization, and I think that would be really useful here, and it would help clarify the different roles. So I'm going to focus on health care before insurance because health care might be the more obvious thing to put into consumption. Certainly, it's more immediately what we use. One thing you'll hear, and that we heard in the prior session is, well, a lot of healthcare doesn't belong because it's investment. It's not current period consumption. And that's unquestionably true, but I would disagree because for these purposes, I don't think the reasons you hear for choosing consumption over income measures, such as savings and gifts and so on, apply here. So I would argue that focusing on the ideal conceptualization for the use argues that that is not a problem. Of course, there's a big problem with using healthcare utilization in a well-being measure, that it is largely driven by worse health conditions. This is recognized really ever since anyone first wanted to include healthcare in consumption measures. So you might say, okay, well, why don't we condition on health status? And I think conceptually that would be the right thing to do for many purposes. But as a practical matter, it's extremely difficult. There's treatable and untreatable conditions, and you need enormous amounts of information to do that. So instead, what people use is the insurance value. In Europe, they use that to see how government health programs reduce income inequality. As we were hearing earlier, CBO also does that for Medicaid. And the idea there is that you pool over health status, but you often see it conditional on age. You see it both ways. So what about using that for consumption measure? Well, I certainly advocate that. There are a couple of clarifications and buts. First is the counter-argument. Health insurance is not so valuable for most people in the current period. It's uncertain if it'll ever be valuable, might be sometime in the future. We're going to come back to that and its implications for how we would empirically value it. Secondly, just to clarify, we want to include health benefits. We're going to get something misleading if we focus only on out-of-pocket expenditures on insurance. So, what about consumption and health insurance? I would make the same argument about not worrying about present versus future based on the conceptualization we want and the reason for preferring a consumption measure to an income measure, but it all depends on kind of what your goal is as well as the practicalities, and we can come back to that in the discussion. A second reason for calling it consumption and not worry about the future period is that is how health insurance in the United States works contractually. As we all know, experience with start dates and end dates for our insurance. In addition, going for insurance rather than care is that insurance is widely perceived as something we need to have to ensure an adequate standard of living as part of current well-being. So I think that in thinking about how we would ideally value health insurance, which I think we want in consumption, which we want to do before we focus too much on a lot of practical things, we have to look at the purposes of health insurance. So first, it's obviously about transfers from healthy states or healthy people to sick states or sick people. And it's, again, not just protecting against an uncertainty. But it's not just about are you healthy or not in your well-being. It's specifically, ideally, to enable expensive health care that actually improves health. Of course, health insurance provides financial protection to the extent that if you didn't have insurance, you would pay for the same care or some care in that bad state, but you don't have to pay for it without health insurance. It has the same financial protection as all forms of insurance. But health insurance is also seen as providing valuable care that one would not obtain without insurance. So Nyman has emphasized this access value of insurance. Empirically, it's complicated by the widespread availability of free care. Amy Finkelstein and the Oregon Health Insurance Experiment Group has shown that a lot of the low willingness to pay for health insurance comes because they have free care available. It's essentially a form of implicit insurance. Do you want to consider that in the baseline or not? Another thing is to recognize that the fungible value of health insurance, the extent to which it frees up other resources, is missing by definition that access value of health insurance. When I come to the poverty measurement, I'll talk about the very good reasons people have wanted to look at the fungible value of health insurance, but there's no question that it misses this access value of care. And of course, all of this provides peace of mind. lower risk to your finances, lower risk to your health, provides peace of mind. So focusing on the issue of health status and the role that it should play in the value of health insurance, contractually in the U.S., health insurance protects against bad health status events in a given year. That means that the value to me of having health insurance is higher if I begin that year with a chronic health condition or at high risk of something than if I'm completely healthy. People have not wanted to incorporate that, largely, again, as for care for the perverse well-being measure that will result. But I would argue that there's yet another reason, deeper, not to have the value based on health status. John Cochrane has a really important paper from 1995 in which I think he accurately characterizes the main market failure in health insurance, which is that, yeah, we don't just want to be protected this year, we want to be protected in a lifetime against the rise in our actuarially fair premium, against reclassification risk. If you don't know the paper, I strongly recommend it. I think his specific proposal is completely unrealistic, but it's a very important paper. And interestingly enough, I think that the bottom line is that the value of health insurance shouldn't vary by health status, and it's equivalent to the social solidarity perspective described in Ellis and Fernandez as consistent with European work. Of course, we don't have that in the U.S. We have a complicated patchwork which does not provide that, so maybe you want to value it more as it is in the United States. Big patchwork pre-ACA. Post-ACA, there's more protection from the regulations in the individual insurance market, but it's still far from complete. If I am in the individual insurance market, if I'm in the individual insurance market and I'm not subsidy eligible, I have to pool with a bunch of higher cost people than if I was an employer market, and there are similar differences. So I think in assessing the different options for valuing health insurance, we want to consider first conceptually the different reasons that premiums, again, full premiums, not out of pocket, or average costs across groups vary. So the first is, of course, selection. The actuarially fair premium are the expenditures on care by an insurer averaged over a defined risk pool. That is obviously extremely sensitive to who's in the risk pool and do you have people in the tails. So I would argue that if institutional arrangements mean that I have to pool with a bunch of much sicker people and someone else doesn't, those things don't affect the consumption value to me of insurance, so we don't want to include them. But empirically, if you look across different employers and things like that, that drives a lot of the cost. Then there's cost sharing, deductibles, maximum out-of-pocket copays. I argue we do want to include that for an accurate value. So there's just the insurer and insured split. And if I have a high deductible plan, I have a lower value, I have a low deductible or zero plan. Cost sharing has multiple effects empirically, simply through the insured-insurer split, through care used, but again, we want to think about that. Quality. We would like to include, ideally, the quality, the richness of the network. How wide is it? Do I have out-of-network benefits? The cost containment and efficiency. We'd ideally like to include those, but quantitatively, they are smaller than selection. Loading, administrative costs, profits. Probably do not want those. That is the only place where you will also see economies of scale. So, where does that, last thing I wanted to measure was prices. To the extent that higher prices paid to providers reflect quality, we would want to include them. To the extent they affect just rents being transferred, we would not. So all of that's really, really hard to do empirically. And again, I think the first step is to focus conceptually on what we want and then deal with the reality. So we want to include both benefits and purchased out-of-pocket insurance. I think that's not controversial. We want to reflect value to the insured, quality, widest of networks. In cost-sharing terms, we'd ideally convert to some standardized things such as the metals on the insurance market. We do not want to reflect the health status of the risk pool that one shares with. I would argue we do not want to reflect the individual's health status, but that depends on the philosophies and the goals and how it's conceptualized. So now I want to turn to health insurance in poverty measures. This is where I start with the work of the 1995 NES panel and Marilyn Moon's paper to them, and that the resources and threshold, they were talking about income, must be consistent. I would argue the same for consumption poverty. Perhaps in the discussion, we can get into this issue more about the consistency, but if consumption is going to include some valuation of health insurance, I'd argue the threshold must include it and in the same way. There's, again, we can get into this more in the discussion about the lack of fungibility for low-income people for health insurance. So what I'm doing, what I would propose, my brief outline, I wouldn't say it was more than that, is built on the health inclusive consumption poverty that Sandy and I developed and that we have evolved and implemented with our colleague Rosemary Hyson further. So it's the basic idea. We're going to add a health insurance plan to the non-health consumption threshold, not risk-rated, not dependent on health status, could be age-dependent or not. If you purchase out-of-pocket good enough health insurance, what does that mean? Or if you receive it from a health insurance benefit, we say the health insurance need is met. And then we just stop counting your health insurance. No matter how good it is, for poverty, we're not going to count it more. And I'll come back to why we do that in a second. So then you're just poor with, as if you reverted to one of the consumption poverty measures that ignored all health issues. What if you don't have good enough health insurance? And this is a thing which is harder to implement, but the basic idea was that if your non-health consumption exceeds the non-health threshold by enough to purchase health insurance out of pocket, we would deem you not poor. Now, maybe we want to exclude certain forms of consumption, such as gifts. If you go back pre-ACA, determining the price is difficult, so I don't want to ignore that there are plenty of practical problems in doing that, but I think that conceptually is right. I'm not sure how I am for time. I probably don't have time for this. We can come back if you like. There are a whole bunch of problems that are difficult to address. Again, I would say for cost sharing, I think the most important thing is to try to be able to standardize the plans. So I want to stress that I think that the differences, there are important differences between poverty measures and overall measures used for well-being and inequality. The concept of poverty is, for consumption poverty, less than a minimally adequate standard of living. So that means I kind of don't care if you have way better. I just care if it's adequate. That has big payoffs for health insurance. I don't have to worry if it's way, way better, so long as it's good enough. Why is that so important? And then this gets back to the HIPAA, because we can't use our health insurance benefits to meet other needs. And people have been very concerned about assuming that, you know, you can eat your Medicaid benefits in the expression Kevin was talking about. With poverty, you can kind of say, all right, it's good enough. We're done. It's good enough. Now let's see if you can also meet your material needs. And I believe that that is true in both income and consumption poverty measurements. If you want an overall measure, you can't do that. You have to value health insurance relative to all else, and that has a lot of problems, especially if you're trying to go over long periods of time. So one thing to do is kind of say, you know what, let's forget it. We're having two indexes. We're going to have a health insurance measure. We're going to have a material measure. That's kind of like in the recent Honmeyer and Sullivan. And that has a lot of validity, but it then misses the reconfigurations and trade-offs, which you've seen in like the income inequality measures, and I think Kevin and his colleagues want for their poverty measure. So, you know, it has that problem. Right. So last thing, and I can't believe I haven't been thrown off yet, is just my view on the Consumer Expenditure Survey health insurance variables. I'm not an expert. I've never used the survey. But looking at the 2021 instrument, it has the most essential health insurance variables. Do you have health insurance? Where did you get it? Its basic form. But I think it needs a lot more about quality. So these are my suggestions just from the perspective of consumption for well-being measures. I realize people have a lot of other purposes to the Consumer Expenditure Survey. But for that purpose, I would say less attention to amounts spent out of pocket on premiums, more attention to quality and protection. So not for this purpose, not how much did you spend out of pocket, right? Because that is dependent on your health status. But the cost-sharing terms, what are the deductibles, co-pays, maximum out-of-pockets? What are the network restrictions? So as much as possible. Of course, we all know how unbelievably complicated U.S. health insurance is. So getting a valid survey that's not an unreasonable version is hard. But even just some maximum out-of-pocket, most common deductible, are there out-of-network benefits without a lot? And I have no idea if this is realistic, but perhaps having a subsample that's more focused and actually asking them for written copies of their benefits that could be used to get that, to try and have experts look at the written benefits and code a subset. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We now have time. So both of you did well in keeping to our time limits. It's such an interesting topic and such a complicated one that I expect to have a number of interesting questions. There are a couple already in chat, but I'd like to just start with one that you didn't pay a lot of attention to, but you both covered. And that is what the appropriate unit is, because the whole conference has spent some time on that. So I'm wondering if you've either thought about the units that health insurance is sold in, because as I see the market, there's individual policies, there are policies for couples, and there are policies that include children. But it's not really what, other than the individual, it's not really on a per capita base. So, but most other things aren't sold in those units. So I wonder if you have any response to thinking about the feasibility of using those units, because that's how health insurance is in fact sold.
I can answer that. I feel actually that is one thing that Sandy Kornman and I, and then further work with Rosemary Hyson, we put enormous effort into and kind of solved at least for poverty. and that is you kind of have to just look at the reality of who is sharing insurance. So in a survey, you have a group of people who in fact share insurance. And that can be any one of those things you described. And what we've done is we've just sort of take that as given. So if you have a family and the parents go uninsured and they buy insurance for their kids on the exchange market, then you have two different, we call them our health insurance units, because the parents are an uninsured group and the children have individual insurance. And in order to avoid these perverse sort of fungibility things, we treat those as the underlying units. We create our thresholds for them, and then we can look at whether or not they have benefits, subsidies, whatever, in meeting those needs. In terms of a continuous consumption measure, I think you have to do the same thing. You just have to look at empirically how they are getting the insurance or not getting the insurance, and use those as your health insurance units.
Kevin, do you have anything to add to that?
No, I agree. It's a complicated question, and in our approach, we're taking the total cost, the market value that of the health insurance plan. So I think that does warrant more work, and I appreciate those comments.
Good. Jake, do you want to read the comments or questions from the chat?
Yes. So the first question we have is from Judith for Kevin. Thank you for a great presentation. Actually, this is just a comment. There is some ethnographic evidence that immigrant mothers use part of a native-born child's prescriptions from public health insurance for a non-native-born child without insurance coverage. This suggests that those in a household with coverage may benefit beyond the individual who is covered. Hard to build this into a quantitative model, but may be worth considering for some subgroups. Didn't know if you wanted to comment on that at all.
Well, I'd like to just add to that before we get two answers, and that's because I can think of broader externalities as well within a family. If you have healthier members of your family, and COVID is clearly an example, but you have healthier members, you yourself are less likely to become ill. And if for certain conditions, and I'm thinking of maybe severe mental illness, that's going to affect you in many ways as well. So it seems as though the externalities of having coverage and treatment go beyond directly using prescription coverage for someone else within the family. But I see Kevin would like to talk.
Sure. No, yeah, I completely agree. There's health externalities. Also if you avoid really high costs of surgery because you have health insurance, that means there's more money freed up for other things that we can share. So I don't mean to discount the possibility and the reality that there are externalities in healthcare and health insurance consumption within the family or the consumer unit in this case. So at the same time, largely I do think those are probably a smaller deal than with other types of consumption, such as the house that you live in. But take the point well. Thank you.
Dolly, did you want to add?
I guess responding more broadly to what Bobby said, and I think this was really clear also in Len's thing and so on, that if you really want well-being, it's really hard, right? There's just a lot of things that affect well-being and that are directly and indirectly related to consumption. And so I think that at a certain point, kind of BLS or academics or whoever kind of have to sort of settle on the conceptualization, even recognizing that it may miss various components of well-being, but kind of sort of say, we know we are missing these components of well-being, and then look at the operationalization and discuss how well the operationalization meets that conceptualization, and then be very clear and open-eyed about what you're missing. Because I think there's no question about those externalities. But the only thing I can say is if we include health insurance, we'll get a lot closer than if we didn't include health insurance.
Excellent. We have another question from Caleb or two questions for Kevin. First, if the value of health insurance should depend on health status or quality of healthcare services provided, on what metrics do you think those quality/status should be evaluated? Second question, if you said the poverty rates would fall from 21%, or you said the poverty rates would fall from 21% to 16%, if health insurance were included, do those numbers based on the same poverty thresholds or different thresholds with and without adjustment for health insurance?
I see. So first, the second question. So those thresholds are set differently for each of the resource measures. So essentially, we're anchoring. So we start at the 20th percentile of resources when including income, when including health insurance for the health insurance one, and we start at 20 percentile of the income measure when excluding health insurance for that one. So we're kind of starting on the same percentile, but it's a different dollar value. And so that's it. In terms of whether health insurance value should depend on the quality of care, certainly it should, and that's the intended purpose. If the cost of the health insurance plan is more in terms of what the employee and employer pay, then we think that that's probably a higher value plan. Similarly, if you kind of risk adjust, say, the cost of Medicaid based on expenditures on a certain group, say kids in Florida in my example, then the total expenditures divided by the number of people should give a good sense of sort of the amount of care and the quality that you're picking up.
Excellent. We have a question from Tala for Dahlia. Could you expand a bit about the features of good enough health insurance just for us to identify the survey data requirements? Also, this information need not be individual level per se, but policies within the household?
So just to get to the last part, because I think it's the easier thing, if the household has a household-wide policy, that's the unit you should use. If they don't share them, then that's the unit you should use. I just, having tried lots of ways to do this, I think you just have to kind of take as given how they have fragmented as the health insurance. Thought a lot about this in an income poverty measure, haven't thought about it so much for continuous consumption measures, but if you're worried about, I think it's just essential to look at what they actually have. Good enough health insurance, I mean, that's a landmine. I mean, first of all, that's a sort of socially and politically constructed. In our work, oh, yes, thank you. Sandy said, yes, we absolutely aggregate it. I'm so focused on how you do it first. Of course, and this gets back to Bobby's question, we do the health insurance first at whatever level they have it, but then we aggregate up to whatever unit you're using for resource sharing. But you have to first start at the actual health insurance and then, of course, aggregate to whatever unit you want to have for that. The good enough health insurance is an incredibly hard thing to decide, even just conceptually. It's socially and politically defined. The ACA gave us a big benefit because the ACA basically said, this is good enough insurance, that isn't. It went through the political process. So at least ACA and post-ACA, we have that. And so I think that as a brief shorthand, you can kind of see, is it comprehensive health insurance and is it ACA compliant? And that would be like at least a minimum bar for that. But again, that good enough was meant in a poverty context. In a more continuous consumption measure where you want to capture better and better and better, that's also a different problem.
We are out of time. Let me suggest that if you put your questions into the chat, Jake will make sure that they get to the individuals who've responded, and that will be help in trying to think about the issues that are very complicated, as we just heard, of incorporating health and health insurance into measures of consumption as well as measures of poverty. So I want to thank both Kevin and Dahlia for their excellent presentations and contributions to the discussion. You certainly moved, I think, the issues forward in providing some agreement on ways forward and suggestions in the areas in which there's not as clear-cut a path. So with that, let me turn it over to the very last session on reflections and next steps. And again, thank you all for participating.
Okay, Jake, do you want to bring up the slide for the last session?
They're being loaded as we speak.
Okay, good. I can go ahead and get started. This last session, it's scheduled for 45 minutes. Each person, David, Bruce, and I will have, maybe about 12 to 13 minutes each. I will be making some final comments at the end, but I also want to leave a few minutes so if anyone else in our audience wants to say something, we actually are leaving enough time for that. Okay, the first person is David Johnson. He's a research professor in the Survey Research Center in the Gerald R. Ford School of Public Policy at the University of Michigan and director of the Panel Study of Income Dynamics, PSID. He started his professional career at BLS in DPI&R, Division of Price and Consumer Research. From there, he moved on to be the chief of DPI&R and Office of Prices and Limit Conditions. And before joining the University of Michigan, he was also a senior executive at the Census Bureau. His current research focuses on measurement issues such as the inequality and mobility of income, consumption, and wealth, price measurement, and the distribution of the U.S. national accounts. He's published in both national and international journals. Our second speaker is Bruce Meyer, and he is the McCormick Foundation Professor at the University of Chicago's Harris School of Public Policy. He's associated with NBER, AEI, IRP, U.S. Census Bureau. He studies poverty and inequality, tax policy, accuracy of household surveys, and government safety nets such as unemployment insurance, workers' comp, food stamps, and Medicare. And actually, both of these people we've heard, many people have referred to both of their research throughout these 2 days. Getting back to Bruce, he's published papers in consumer expenditure surveys using the American Time, and he has two that he's published using the American Time Use Survey. He served on the Bureau of Labor Statistics Technical Review Committee for 9 years, National Academy of Sciences panel on redesigning the BLS consumer expenditure surveys, and the Commission on Evidence-Based Policy Making. He also co-chaired the Federal Interagency Technical Working Group exploring alternative measures of poverty. Right now I'm going to turn this over to David.
Thank you, Tisa. I think I sent my bio was much shorter than I sent you, so thank you for that extensive introduction. And I really want to thank Tisa and the rest of the BLS on on organizing the symposium. It's been very interesting, and I've learned a lot. It's interesting that I remember going back to one of these at Princeton in 1998, where we actually talked about some of the same issues. So you can see this is not an easy problem, and that's why it's great to see people making progress on that. I'm going to talk sort of more of big picture. There's been a lot of details, and I'm not going to comment on what I think how we should measure health insurance versus health costs, but I want to sort of focus on the top topics and maybe give a sense of where I think BLS should look at. So I'm going to focus on the who, what, where, when, why, and how of consumption measure, because I think we all understand the 5 W's and H's whenever we look at something. And so what I think is the most important question out of all 6 of these is the why. So what we didn't really hear is what is the purpose. So we got the intro from Commissioner and from THESA that we want a comprehensive consumption measure and that we want the distribution of consumption and a measure of well-being. Well, that's a very wide view. And I get the sense that the comprehensive consumption measure meant we want consumption plus home production. I got that. That's one of the main goals here, and we got a lot of that. But there's a lot of other purposes that we didn't hear about, like the market basket for CPI, which treats vehicles differently than we treat it here. It treats housing similarly, treats a lot of things differently. And we heard a lot about the distribution of personal consumption expenditures, both from Paul and from other people bringing in that this is important. But that purpose would be could give different things to do. I think that's one of the most important purposes. I'd like to put a plug for it. And then the next one, we heard a lot about income, consumption, and wealth. Do we want to measure where we can get the budget balance, where C equals I minus the change in net worth? That would also give a different view. Luckily, a lot of the issues that we talked about would affect C and I similarly. So there wouldn't be as much issues there, but we still want to talk about it. Then we heard about consumption poverty, all of the interagency technical working group. And here, there's another treatment of consumption in there. And then finally, Luigi brought up the use in policy to examine consumption responses to income changes. And this would require a multiple period measure of consumption, which we didn't really talk about, which the PSID could do. But I'd like to put in a plug here for a 2-year overlapping CE, where you could do this, and that would be great. Okay, so let's start with the who. So we heard a lot about consumer units. That seems to be the basis of the CE, but we know that most of the measurement on distribution is done at the household level. And then yesterday, and some today, we heard how important it is to look at the intra-household distribution of individuals. And then just with the healthcare discussion, we heard that a lot of health insurance, and this is true for the SNAP discussion, a lot of the benefits go to people or smaller groups than even the consumer unit. So I think we need to really figure out what the who is we want to do. And then the last point is the institutionalized, and I put homeless in here as well. None of these surveys do a very good job of measuring those. And so if we're looking at the distribution of a broad measure of consumption, we might want to include them as well. The biggest issue is the what. So what is the definition of consumption? So I threw some up that I found. Unfortunately, I couldn't find Margaret Reed's definition of consumption, but I did find Adam Smith's mention, right? The sole end and purpose of production and welfare to be attended to so far as it may be necessary for promoting that as a consumer. Again, heavily tied to the well-being consumer. So if that is the overarching goal, then that should be important. The Deaton and Gross also talks about you have expenditures, you have the service flows, you have the things that don't go through the market, the non-market production, which is important. And OECD also talks about those. And then finally, there's the PCE, which is completely different than any of these, which talks about the value of goods and services purchased by or on behalf of U.S. residents. So here, the treatment of Medicare and Medicaid is different than it might be in the other three. A little more on what. I'd like a little more focus on what is total consumption. So we heard a lot that C is not X. We know that consumption is not expenditures, but we know that expenditures is P times Q. So the key is, what is consumption? Is it C? Is it Q? Is it a part of Q? I don't know. So what seems to be the idea is you're going to just add it up. C is going to be expenditures on goods and services, a service flows on whatever you're picking service flows, some value of home production, and then a value of in-kind transfers. However, I think this, to me, a lot of this matters on SEN's capabilities or functionings. It seems that the functionings matter. We heard a lot about that just in the session on the health insurance, but we heard about this earlier on the ownership and service flows as well. Is consumption a function of the stuff you own or the stuff you buy? And is the use value of a good the same as the expenditure cost, right? It's not clear that my purchase of a cell phone, I'm going to get the same use value out of it as my kids are going to get out of that cell phone. And this would transfer to health insurance. This could transfer to everything. So it could vary by person. And then what about common goods in the household? I don't know how to treat a TV. I mean, I consume it a lot more than my spouse does. But is that a value or not? I don't know how we treat these common goods. And so this would also occur in health insurance. It occur a lot of the other things. It occur for the durable goods as well. And then the final thing in total consumption that we've seen a lot about is separating out consumption from investment. Dahlia talked about this in healthcare. We didn't talk at all about education, which is, again, another common good that has to be treated, maybe have to be treated differently in consumption than we normally treat it. And then there's housing that we did talk about. So I'd like to hear, I think all the papers talk something about this, but I think BLS is going to have to come up with why they're doing it and what total comprehensive consumption is. Where, we didn't really talk about this at all, but it might matter. Do you need it by state or other geographic or rural areas? When, this is, I think, something I think is very important. What period of time is consumption measured? So I view this, and I think Jonathan said as well, you need an annual measure to match the annual income measure. To me, the big thing about consumption is you be able to link it to income and obviously link it to wealth. But for the CPI, you might need monthly estimates. I don't know. And then, is consumption at the time of purchase, at the time of payment, or at the time of use? And finally, people brought this up yesterday in terms of the deflator. Do you use a different deflator for expenditures and a different deflator for home production? And we heard somewhat a little bit different deflator for health. This is similarly related to the equivalence scale, but again, the deflator might matter. And then finally, and I think I'm going a lot fast, so I can slow down and spend more time on this. This is what the symposium was almost all about, was the how, right? What data and methods are used? How are they brought together? What are the methods? And here is where I'd love to have the famous Lord of the Rings ring, where I could rule them all, where I could find all the methods, bring them all together, and bind them into one. Because I think that's what we really need to figure out. When we talk about this imputation methods or how we're going to treat healthcare, all these things matter, not just for the spending side, the consumption side, but they matter for the income side. And it'd be great if in the long run we can come up with the same methods that are used across all the different measures. So what we heard is we're going to use the CE survey for spending, right? Obviously. It's the best survey out there. It has a lot of details on spending. It's always great to improve the data. In fact, I think what Jonathan Rothbaum said, something like better data is actually more important than the method. So if you can improve the survey, that might be more the way to go. And then they're going to use ATUS for some home production. So again, ATUS has great measures of time use, and how you might convert those, I think, is the issue. I'd like to put a plug in here that I put in the chat. The PSID also has some time use, and it has spending, and it has longitudinal data. So I think it'd be great to use all the data that we have to make some comparisons of how these things are related. And then we heard a lot about administrative data, right? How you're going to affect it with income, how you're going to use it for the benefits, how does that impact the consumption of Medicare and Medicaid, and how do you correct for underreporting. I'd like to put a plug in that one of the things we talked about is adding questions to surveys. what I'd really like to know is, why is there underreporting? What is it about the questions and the surveys that aren't capturing so few SNAP recipients or even Medicaid recipients? Is there a way to improve this with the administrative data? The other thing about administrative data is doing this matching process and linking across data sets is difficult. That's why we saw all those methods. So I think a lot of work and research could be done by BLS sponsoring a lot of this administrative work. Imputing service flows, obviously we have housing, we have vehicles, and this is where it comes in. Are there other things? How many other things are there service flows? I mean, you know, I can get my clothing to last forever. I've seen pictures of myself at conferences 2-3 years in a row wearing the same exact thing, and this is getting worse in Zoom. You know, I'm sure this shirt I wore three days ago at another. But where do the service flows stop? Where do durables stop? I think is an issue. Then we heard a lot about the consumption of healthcare, and to me, this is an issue that spans all of them. I understand why the Interagency Technical Working Group punted and said either zero or all, because that is hopefully might give a bound or something about it. How to adjust for an annual measure? Again, I do think we need to spend a lot more time on how we get the measure of consumption to match the measure of income, especially using the CE data since it's collected on a quarterly basis. The quality adjustment in goods, services, and home production. This just says, you know we do price adjustment in qualities. Do we have to do it for services and home production? I think we need a validation study. I think Luigi mentioned this, comparing CE to something like Nielsen data or JP Morgan data, somewhere to adjust the quality. I know Bruce and others have shown that there's a lot of high quality data when compared to PC, but we know there's some places that needs to be. And then I would love to have ICW on the CE. So what are the questions to add to the CE? And finally, I think bringing this all and building on the CNSTAT report they had on measurement spent and building on the Gemini project that BLS has already been actively do, it'd be great to build on these things. And I'd like to remind everybody that the CNSTAT panel said that we need income data, savings data, employment status, all along with the expenditure data on the CE. We have to line these data over time periods. We have to look at major life events, and all of this will be enhanced by linking to administrative data. People have been saying this a long time, so I encourage BLS to move forward on this. That'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Thank you, David.
Okay, let me see if I can figure out how to advance. Aha, success. So first of all, I want to mention that this is based on work with just a large number of co-authors. Begin by saying that I've tried to take my rapporteur role seriously, and I'm going to try and comment on many of the talks. So my slides have been prepared in real time, and I thank Jake for putting them up at the last minute. They'll be a little ragged as a result. I want to start by thanking the BLS because this is just an amazing, exciting effort. And BLS really should be applauded for making the hard step to commit to move into a new area to try and measure the consumption distribution. Luigi, in particular, did a good job of spending time indicating why we want to measure consumption. And let me just add one more reason, and that's that there's growing evidence that income and consumption diverged in the pandemic. And that's another reason why I would independently want to care about what people were able to purchase. And in the pandemic, the the categories of consumption that people were able to spend on also changed quite dramatically. It's going to be impossible for me to summarize and comment on 20 presentations, so I'm going to be very selective. But one general, or a group of general things that we want to think about in deciding how to measure consumption is what is important in terms of what's quantitatively large. And I think people, for the most part, did a really good job of that, laying that out as generally first thing. And then we need to think about how we evaluate the options. And that's, I think, a harder thing, and there was a little less information on that, and I will try and talk about that a bit. And then what can be implemented. In terms of home production, we saw a lot of evidence that it's substantial. And a key question is how can we measure it? In work that Ji-Hoon presented, we saw that we can predict over 70% of the long-term variation in home production with the set of variables that are both in the ATIS and the Consumer Expenditure Survey, and surely that prediction could be refined. In one of the key other characteristics of such a prediction is that you'd want it to, when you look across various groups, that you would capture the differences with them. And if you use those variables in the prediction, then you are going to capture those differences. Let me talk a little bit more about this approach, because the approach that Ji-Hoon went through is an off-the-shelf approach. One can go do it, so it's eminently feasible. There are other approaches you could imagine that would be more complicated, and one should consider them, but it's clearly something that you could implement right away. But there are limitations that you're getting the leisure or home production in the more recent work for one day. And you need to account for that because you don't really care about one day, you care about more long-term differences across consumer units probably. And you have the problem with the ATIS, you only have information on one person in a household. So you ideally would learn about the interdependence between people's home production and its association with other consumer unit characteristics. And that would require probably some additional survey information, either from the ATIS or another survey. I think you need some other information to get at those two issues. In terms of the one-day issue, the requirements for having multiple observations to do a variance decomposition and pull out what is the long-term variation, the requirements there are pretty stringent in that you want panel data, but you don't want the observations to be separated by that long a time period, because you essentially want multiple observations on someone's current time use. You just want to eliminate the part that's measurement error and day-to-day variation. I'm less optimistic that we can and want to come up with a measure of intra-household allocation. Nancy gave a good example of why it can be important in certain circumstances, and we saw some very clever and elegant strategies to tease out allocation within the family. But I wonder if it's less important in high-income countries. You wouldn't want to look at food because insufficient calories are not a U.S. problem. And the candidates for assignable goods tend to be the things that are less well measured in the CE. In terms of patterns of unequal allocation within the family, you might historically think about the uneven education, maybe particularly college education of men and women, but we're now in a time where more women are enrolled than men. So, that seems like less of an issue. And in terms of good allocation between adults and children, there seems to be increased evidence that we're spending more time on our children. It would be interesting to know if we're also spending more in the way of goods on children as well. I also think that it may be hard to observe the types of compensation that occur within families when goods are unequally allocated, when one spouse spends more on clothes, the other may get more use of the car, or it's hard to see these things within family. The work on multidimensional poverty I thought was terrific. I want to suggest that it can be used as a way to evaluate measurement decisions. That if one looks at many indicators of well-being, and if you think that they're likely to be positively correlated, in part because each is measured with error, so is a noisy measure of the underlying construct, you may be able to use many indicators of well-being to validate choices, and there are going to be a lot of choices still remaining in how to design a consumption measure. Both David and Nancy alluded to the what question, and I think the decision as to what is investment and what is consumption is a crucial question, and that, it turned out, was one of the things that differed between what David and with his co-authors and I do with my co-authors in measuring consumption. That turned out to be one of the big differences. The other differences, I think, in our choices tend to be a little smaller, though I'm going to return to some towards the end of my comments. Now, a difficulty with using multiple measures of well-being as a way to validate choices of how to measure consumption is that you could get very inconclusive evidence. If you look at many measures, some may say one approach is good, others the opposite. But there are some clear cases where almost all of the indicators point in the same direction. In work that we've looked at in comparing the SPM to consumption measures or the OPM, almost everything tends to go in the same way. And in terms of looking at whether or not geographic adjustments give you a more deprived group to call poor, almost everything points in the same way, contrary to what some might expect, it not favoring a geographic adjustment to poverty thresholds. On durables, I think the issues are more settled here, but we could make better vehicle information available in public use data. Jonathan Fisher noted the value of having make, model, and year, not just make and year. One could report Blue Book values. One could also report in the public use data a value of other vehicles along with the type. You could potentially estimate service flows. On the issue of in-kind benefits and cash, and I'm going to bring up cash benefits here too. One thing that you might want to do if you have a consumption poverty measure or a consumption measure of well-being, you might want to figure out how the availability of different benefits affect consumption. On the idea that consumption might be a better base measure of well-being, and under the assumption that people, if you're, say, looking at poverty, aren't going to be doing much saving and gift saving, then you could directly calculate how various cash and in-kind benefits affect consumption. You would want administrative data to do that effectively, given the underreporting of income and transfers in the consumer expenditure survey. And that's something that I have underway with my research group. One thing that would facilitate that kind of work and really would facilitate enhancing the value of the consumer expenditure survey going forward is being able to link, and I would like to applaud the consumer expenditure survey for adding a date of birth question on a trial basis. That's really essential to enhance the value of the data. Many people have talked about potentially adding something to the consumer expenditure survey. I'll go on record as saying that if we're able to keep the date of birth question on and overcome the hurdles to link administrative income data, I would be in favor of cutting the income questions to make room for other information. And we heard Adam say that if you add something, if you tell us that you want to add something, you better tell us what we can cut. And so there you go. One comment on the imputation talks, and I'm really pleased with what CBO is doing in Bilal's presentation. But I think that if one looked more closely at housing benefits, one would also see that they're underreported in the CPS. If you look at linked data, you see that about 30% of those who receive HUD or HUD pick or track HUD public or subsidized housing data that are reported in pick and tracks don't report it in the CPS. And there are many cases that look like false positives, but I suspect they really aren't, that they're people getting benefits that were through Department of Agriculture, which has hundreds of thousands of people getting subsidized housing, or people who are in units that were subsidized through the LIHTC or state and local programs. So I think that that's an issue that should be explored. And one of the things that could be done immediately to improve the CE is to bring in the HUD pick and tracks data and link it and use those reports of receipt and the values of the public housing that are available there. Health insurance, we just heard a lot about. I do have strong views on how to think about economies of scale here and valuing public health insurance. So let me just put in my 2 cents quickly on this. The ability, with all of the things that we're looking at here, we need to look at the predominant case, what's true in the vast majority of circumstances, not focus on anomalies. And the ability to share your health insurance is just completely different from meals and a car and a home and utilities. And so saying that the sharing is the same that we use in a standard equivalent scale just seems to be mostly or almost entirely getting it wrong. There are cases of externalities in sharing, but that's partial sharing for a limited part of expenditures. In terms of valuing health insurance in terms of what you pay to a private insurer when you get a group plan, well, it'd be a little weird to evaluate all health insurance that way, since we know increasingly health insurance is provided by the government, not by private insurers. And I wouldn't be surprised if the pricing of family health insurance breaks down more, and so people are more likely to be charged on a per person basis. We, in the end, would like our measures to accord more closely with well-being or utility, and that's got to be more likely to be linear in the number of people or additive rather than concave. I think I only have one more slide. This is, so a couple other issues, and I would also like to make a push when we measure consumption for measures that are robust to large errors in the tails. And I think David and his co-authors and I disagree a little bit on exactly what are the errors in the tails, but we all agree that there are errors in the tails, so I don't think we should use the data in the tails. And so I would like to make a push for looking at things like the 90-10 ratio of the 90th percentile to the 10th, rather than Gini coefficients that use all of the data. And it turns out that that's one of the big differences between what what Jonathan showed using our data and what we show using our data, is that you don't see the same pattern for income and consumption when you look at the 90-10, but in their Gini coefficient estimates, you see something that's more similar. So let me say one last thing. There was some discussion of distributional national accounts for consumption, and I really applaud the idea of validating data using aggregates, validating summed microdata as a check on the microdata. And that's certainly an element of distributional national accounts, but the national accounts aren't always the right benchmark. They're for a different purpose. than we usually want when we're measuring consumption or income inequality. An example is treatment of pensions. I think when thinking about income and consumption, we really care about what's consumed now, not the present value of current pension contributions. And the way it's been implemented, at least for income so far, it's not especially good at looking at the bottom of the distribution without linked survey program and tax data. Thank you for the opportunity to talk here, and this is just a wonderful effort by BLS.
Thank you very much, Bruce. I'm going to give some reflections from the BLS perspective as they communicated about this last night and actually continue this morning. So let's have some BLS reflections. Next slide, please. Just like David, we talked about the what, the who, for what purpose and how shared. I hadn't gotten to the where. That was a good thing to think about. We're talking about geography, or where are we talking about? I left that one out. Okay, the next slide, please. We heard what we were thinking about, what are some challenging issues, and both David and Bruce highlighted these again. Treatment of durables, homeownership, these matter. Inter-household consumption matters, and it has implications for equivalent scales. Adam and I think that's important. So we disagree maybe with Bruce on that one. The inclusion and valuing of home production particularly matters in terms of how to produce a value for consumption. Most all the work so far for home production has been from the input side, but as Nancy said, you can now, with CE data in combination with time use, perhaps get some estimates of output. So perhaps that's somewhere to think about, something to think about. I mentioned earlier the implications for equivalent scales. Once we include time use, we might see that raising a child, takes more consumption time than have an adult in the household. Barter and exchange matter. I think Nancy maybe was the only one who brought this up. And we collect in the consumer expenditure whether an expenditure was for a gift given, if it was for a good or service that was going to be given to someone outside of the consumer unit. And many times people assume that what you did is what you received, but we know the research that isn't true. Then there's a thorny issue of the treatment of health and education, and that's been talked about quite a bit today. And then the issue of quality of consumption matters. David actually touched on that in terms of price. We adjust in the price indexes for quality. So would we want to do something like that for consumption? Okay, next slide, please. We also identify what we, for us, see as data and statistical challenges as well. The high income CUs are missing, and so is their consumption. And Bruce just gave an idea. Well, just don't worry about them. Let's just look at, the 10th and the 90th. Attrition matters. And if we're going to use the CE in terms of a panel, then we need to develop longitudinal weights. BLS, we don't do that. We have cross-sectional weights. No one's really talked about, I think Luigi actually alluded to this, and maybe he even said something to it briefly, the integration at the micro level of the diary and interview data. And what that would give us, for example, we would actually then have information on the types of food that people are buying. And this is something that Sabina was talking about, the purchase and consumption of fruits and vegetables. And as I had mentioned in one of my comments, right now we're assuming the more you spend, the higher your consumption, the better off you are. But let's say people are spending all their food on potato chips rather than fruits and vegetables. So that's an issue. We're concerned about statistical methods to deal with missing and under-reporting and access and timeliness of data. We've had lots of suggestions and comments on that. We will pick them on. As Luigi said, we really need a longer panel, and David gave a suggestion for that 2-year overlapping C. We need a longer panel to look at whether consumption poverty is persistent. And how do we explain for differences in consumption across consumer units? What are the roles of assets and debt? Jonathan Fisher referred to that yesterday, and he said, there are questions on the sort of consumer finances that have been tested, appear to be valid. Like, you use income for this, you use debt for that. How did you cover the difference in income versus consumption or spending? Then how to adequately account for the day-to-day individual reports from time used and take that over to the Consumer Expenditure Survey. Han and Jaehoon and Bruce and Jim have a method, but, as David was mentioned, maybe we need to be using the more recent PSID data to parameterize some of these relationships. And then the question comes up, is it time to introduce some of these subjective questions, let's say in a module for the Consumer Expenditure Survey that look at the quality of housing, financial difficulty, why people buy something versus not buying something? It's because they couldn't afford it or because they don't want it. Okay, next slide, please. Now, to give you some ideas of what we within BLS have planned for the next year, I'm going to first talk about in the Division of Pricing Summer Research and then in Adam's division. We have plans to continue or start research on the flow of services from vehicles. You heard something about that yesterday from Caleb. Continuing work on in-kind benefits. We've done very little work on that, but we plan to expand on that. We want to begin our work on how we would account for health care in the consumption measure. And of course, we're leaning more towards the insurance approach that has been talked about today. And then how to bring the American Time Use Survey and the CE together. Now, regarding the Consumer Expenditure Survey, next slide, please. Adam has said, how about adding new questions to the C? Participation in in-kind benefit programs that support consumption and value. Right now, we're only collecting at least quarterly Medicaid, Medicare, whether somebody lives in subsidized housing or receives assistance with their rent, but we don't collect any information on school meals, WIC, life. Maybe it's time to collect information for own consumption. At a minimum, the items that are the types of home production that are listed here. But another option is we could follow what BEA is doing. We could say, okay, these are the categories BEA is doing, and these are the ones we're going to make sure we cover. And then what about the goods and services received by the CU for their own consumption? How do we value those when we're, okay? Especially in these exchange situations. And then I mentioned the issue of sharing of goods and services within the consumer unit. And that may not seem so important in a developed, very advanced economy like we have in the U.S., but maybe it's more of an issue than we're aware of because we just haven't done research on it. And there are many, many more topics that were raised during the symposium. Okay, just to wrap up, I just want to thank everyone for generously sharing of their time, their energy, their experience. And if someone wants to add just a few seconds of comments, we are actually over time now, but if anyone would like to say anything, please raise your hand or put it in the chat and we'll call on you now. We're at 1:34 now, so we're 4 minutes over, but if anyone wants to say anything, please let us know.
So if nobody's going to jump, I would say thank you again. One thing I forgot to say is the first thing you could do is you could just kill Z total and the focus on Z total and bring back like current consumption or something else that when people just go to the CE and start using it, they don't think that Z total is going to be the best thing to use. That's just one thing I forgot to say in my talk. But anyway, thanks.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, and one thing we've talked about is actually, Jake, could you go back one slide to my plants? Jake? Okay. So months ago, I talked about this seedling, and then I talked about, our growing and what we're planning to do in fiscal 22, and where are we going to have this full measure of consumption? Well, I've had discussions with the commissioner. His dream is that we would have the full measure by the end of fiscal 22. But realistically, I don't know if that's realistic. But could we produce, for different purposes, given the data we have available and as far as we've been able to get by the end of fiscal 22, we would put out a consumption measure. We'll tell you exactly what's included and what's not included. And then we will just continue our work until we get what we think is the most comprehensive consumption measure that we could. So that's where we're tending to go. Many of you know how it takes to get things done, and we at BLS have limited resources in terms of people. I have a fabulous staff in price and consumer research, as does Adam and his division in consumer expenditures. But our aim is to get as far into the development of this measure as we possibly can, and we'll be calling on most of you during this year to help us do that. I want to thank you for your contributions, and if no one else has anything to add, thank you. And Bruce wants to say something.
Well, one last small comment. Again, I want to thank people at the BLS. This is just amazing, especially Fisa and Adam for putting this together. And one small thing that we could do on panel consumption, poverty, or inequality is to just use the first and fourth interviews. They're separated by 9 months. It's close to looking at 1 year to the next. More could be done with that.
Okay, yeah, and we're thinking about that too, the whole idea of coming up with a longitudinal weight, because right now we don't have weights that account for the nutrition. And I know Jonathan and David have actually come up with some pseudo weights to account for that. But since we have all the internal information that can be used to come up with this weight, that's something I think we can work on and offer to the public, our public users.
Terrific.
Okay. All right. Again, I want to thank everyone for so graciously sharing your comments, your presentations, your experience, and your knowledge. This has just been fantastic. And now we're ready to move forward. Thank you so much.